peruana. Se la da. A ver si puede convertir el tanto para gol.
Gol correcto del 9, no hace tiempo.
Cuidado que acá pueden perder la pelota. Opa. Zona complicada, aguado con los chamos que vienen transportando bien el esférico. El centro que es bueno, el disparo. ¡Adentro! ¡Un gol! Se han escapado 25 segundos de los 2 minutos que se han añadido. No te la creo. No te la puedo creer. ¡Ay, ay, 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 ay! ¡Gol! Javier, ¿en qué momento? Cuando parecía que nos íbamos ya a dormir. Cuando parecíamos que nos pedíamos el delivery. ¡Viene el otro gol! ¡Fierro, fierro, 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 fierro! ¡Gol!
Justamente César Romo, el que quiere intentar de pegarle César Romo. ¡Oh! Chamanes, ¿qué le impide? Y con esto tenemos también ahí a Abel Martínez que le quiere pasar en ese centro. ¡Oh!
¡Feliz cumpleaños!
¡Del equipo de Raniza! El primer tiempo y ahora se pueden dar ese lujo.
Y ojo porque Obed se está metiendo por la banda de la izquierda. Mete centro buscando a Julio Torres. ¡Gol! Que ese tiempo comience. Y ahora sí, Rafa ya se encarrera rápidamente. De frente tiene a Murga. ¡Gol! Galácticos del Caribe.
Moreno y el 1-0. Fran Hernández le pegó. Fran, cuidado, Fran, sigue Fran, que va, le roba la pelota y va el travieso, 3 contra 2 y Atlético Parcero va. Fran Hernández, Fran.
Viene la indicación del árbitro. Va a buscar el centro. ¡Dispara! ¡Gol! El Furby Guillén va a venir con el disparo. ¡Oh! Que queda completamente nada. Viene Shaggy. Y recupera, se va. ¡Gol! ¡Mames! Se autoriza bien el disparo. Tiene el momento, un cambio de ritmo, viene el disparo, no, Martín Bravo, todavía con el balón, cambio de ritmo.
¡Gol! Sirve de buena manera Treco, ya le hacía el movimiento, vamos a ver si lo respetan o no, el disparo. ¡Un gol!
Está esperando con el número 17, Emiliano López.
8 minutos, Javier, le queda el partido, el disparo. No te la creo, ¿eh? No te la creo.
No le gusta que la agarren, Rafa.
¡De peluche! Aparece Ismael Balada. ¿Sí o no, Javier? Ahí está Treja. El taco que es buena. Vaya jugada, vaya golazo. ¡Ay, mamita de Dios! ¡Un gol!
experiencia de ambos equipos.
Bastante, Javier. Ahora, ¡cuidado!
¡Vámonos ya! ¡Vámonos!
¡De Cuervas! Aparece el número 10, Javiera. Final del otro lado, un conjunto de Club de Cuervos.
El Cacheta.
Y termina por mandar la pelota a la red.
Hoy va a ser otro.
Hola, hola, hola. Hola, hola. Well, it is that time once again. It is time for another edition of the Kings League Americas, and we come to you from the KL Arena in Mexico City for what is to be a long night of high-profile, non-stop, high-octane fun. 6 games on the slate as we prepare for the next set of matchups, which takes us to match day 8. There are only 11 of these, so that means there are only 4 match days remaining for all of these teams to get their opportunity to make the playoffs, to get themselves into the top 10, or perhaps even further. It's not just me, Spencer Siegel, here. We have a crew on the English side of things today, and part of that crew is Eric McGee. Eric, this is a crucial time now down the stretch of the season. We're having a lot of fun. We're eating our popsicles, clearly, and we've got 6 games that will help determine what is a wild table, which includes, after you go past Real Titan, you can take 9 teams and separate them by just 3 points.
Hi, Spence. So, looking forward to tonight's session. Comes less than 24 hours as they played yesterday. So, some teams have had a little break. I wonder how some of the older rosters are going to cope with playing these 2 matches in the space of 24 hours. Now, we're starting off with Atlético Parceros against Peluche Caligari. Now, 2 teams that, well, recent results have not been great. As you mentioned, you look at the standings, and apart from Real Titan, who are clear at the top of the table, all the teams are bunched up. We're seeing Raniza, we're Santos climbing up the standings. We're seeing Muchachos sliding down, going in the wrong direction. Los Aliens, even though they're bottom, back-to-back wins could see them climb up the standings and still in the hunt for that post-season, of course. all these teams looking to qualify for the playoff. And there's a bigger prize at the end, not just the title here in the Kings League Americas. Of course, there's also a World Cup that's going to be held here in Mexico.
Yeah, there's a whole lot that we have to sort through, and we're seeing the early stages of some good sportsmanship, and we hope that that continues throughout the night. We have tempered down the Kings League Americas a bit in terms of some of the hard entries that we saw over the first couple of weeks, but what we're hoping for... No?
Sure. Well, I mean, last night there were some tackles flying in. I mean, it's quite feisty. There was a derby. There was a derby in the last game that Cuervos won bragging rights here in Mexico, and there's a lot of stake, a lot of pride also, a lot of banter between the club presidents. You see him, all pleasant before the game starts, and at half-time, sometimes a few of these, you got this decision, you got that one. The referees have favoured you here. We should have had a penalty. And at the end, luckily, they're not sat in the same room.
Well, one thing is for sure, Eric. We have 12 teams who, at some point tonight, might show some tired legs. We saw this last weekend, 2 match days in just about 24 hours, and we know that these are not the professionals that take to the pitch in, say, La Liga or the Premier League. These are sometimes your everyday characters. How do they go about preparing for 2 high-level competitions in 24 hours?
Well, the benefit, I
Hoy
suppose, of the
va a ser otra cosa, así que vamos a salir para ganar. Esperáis un momento y salimos a ganar en 5 minutos. ¿Vale? Cierra.
We'll see if we get back to that in a moment. But Eric, you were saying?
Yeah, because what makes this very different is suppose it's 7 against 7, but the matches don't start off 7 against 7. It's even harder because there's a wacky kickoff, which we'll tell you about later. Then it's a goalkeeper and an outfield player. Then it proves 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 until you play 7 against 7. But they do have roll-on substitutions, and players do get a rest. But often you see players sim bin for a yellow card, 3 minutes, sim bin for a red card, 5 minutes. And then you have these weapons that come into play in the second half. And we've seen teams sometimes play with 5, even 4 players. So it's demanding physically. And I think the younger rosters.
Chicos, nosotros no nos cansamos de fútbol, y después de lo que vivimos este sábado, es momento de disfrutar y abrazar la jornada 8 de la Kings League Santander.
Exactamente, y qué mejor si haces tu apuesta en Sportium.com, nuestra casa de apuestas oficial, y con el código KING tienes una apuesta gratis.
Well, our first matchup of the day is coming up shortly. We've got about 5 or 6 minutes in theory here. It will be Atlético Parceros taking on Peluche Caligari. Now, Eric, we had seen Peluche a couple of times over the last few weeks as the top team in this competition, but a late slip for them, a late slip for the side who at one time had themselves a lock on the first spot in this league, have now found themselves with their Los Torreo Titans 6 points back with 4 match days to play.
Well, they've had some disappointing results. I mean, they thrashed Galacticos 8-3. It was looking bright, looking rosy, looking very good. But they then suffered a surprise loss to a side in the bottom, Persas, 5-3. And then that disappointing battle of the teams at the top, Real Titan, and against Cuervos in what is a derby here in Mexico. It was dramatic. It went down to the wire. Clutch time, 3-3. 2 goals worth double in the last couple of minutes. 3-7 it ending. And now they need a win to try and get themselves back into
entrevistador, no te escuchamos, perdón. ¿Nos puede repetir?
Ahí ya. We're getting a look at Chamos Rodriguez along with Escorpión Dorado and Wherever Tomorrow, the two presidents of Peluche.
Bien, hermano, porque ya llevamos 2 partidos que nos meten pito, huevón. Espero que hoy estén bien.
Some decently kind words, we could say, being exchanged between the two sides.
We're just hoping that they don't concede those sloppy goals. They also missed the presidential penalty at a key time. Chamos wasn't here to take it. His good friend, who probably won't take it today if they have one, for his spot kick easily saved. And as for Parceros, well, Lanzarote is a very vivid, animated character on the sidelines, and he'll be disappointed with how his team have played. And how about that? I've never seen that before. 100% giving Peluche as the clear favourite. These are voters watching back at home.
That is, it's just not accurate. I mean, we got to have somebody who believes in Parceros. These teams are only separated by 3 points. Well, I don't have time. I'm trying to do my own job. I don't have time to go vote. Do you?
I'm gonna send I'm gonna quickly vote. I'm gonna try and get Parceros at least, I don't know, I'll send 5 or 6 votes, see if I can get them up to at least 1%. I think Parceros have a chance. I mean, they've been unfortunate in some of their recent games. They were really unlucky, I have to say. I mean, they probably deserve more from the outing 24 hours ago. I mean, they were in that contest against Real Titan, and then, I think the word dodgy can be used correctly here. A dodgy penalty after the end of normal time, after the additional injury time, handball in the box. Penalty was scored. Real Titan winning 3-2. Like Atletico Parceros were going to take the victory. So they've been unfortunate in recent matchups. They do have a talented squad, and I suppose for them the pressure is probably less than the pressure on the shoulders of that team there, Peluche.
Yeah, pressure is certainly going to play a factor in this one tonight, including the pressure for Eric McGee to get his vote in time, because it hasn't come yet, unless the machine is just broken. That's also a possibility, I suppose.
No, but you think how many thousands of people have been voting? We're going to have to send about 1,000 votes to try and get up to 1%. Well, Peluche are the favourites. I mean, there's no denying
There's no
that,
way.
But I do feel like they does have a chance. Small chance, but a chance.
Of course they have a chance. They're always in with a chance. This is the Kings League, and we know that any game can go in any direction for a number of reasons. We have the two sides circling up before our opening kickoff. You got to look a little earlier at the table of 12. It is Real Titan in the lead in the table. They are the team that we will be looking out for later to see if they can continue this run and stay atop the table. They will play our second game of the night, but our focus is first on this one. Here they come. Peluche Caligari and Atletico Parceros. James Rodriguez taking on the dual presidential campaign of Escorpion Dorado and Wherever Tomorrow.
For those wondering how this kickoff system works, you could say it's slightly wacky. It involves players starting from behind their goal before charging towards the center, almost water polo-esque style. And then the ball's got to go backwards, it can't go forwards. I have to say, we've seen some nasty clashes, some full-on challenges from the get-go. And then you'll see a clock, a countdown, and when you hear a noise, you know that the next player for both teams is waiting to come on.
Couldn't have said it better myself, my friend. Happy to have you with us. Happy to have all of you with us today. Thanks for joining us. Let's have some fun. We are off and underway at the drop of the New Year's ball. It is Atletico Parceros taking on Peluche Caligari. And right away in our one-on-one, the first chance will come and go for Patricio Arias, who has won an MVP of the match day already this year. Arias starts for Parceros, and for Peluche it is Gustavo Guillen.
Well, Arias has one of the best strikes in the Kings League America. See if he can work it onto that right foot. He'll have a blast.
Tries it again and again. It is just not quite there. In 10 seconds we'll get to the 3-on-3. But first, Guillen, he wants to go himself. He's not wasting any time. This might be where he chooses to pull it back. No, he's going to have a go anyway. Not sure exactly why he chose that option rather than recycling the ball around.
Well, now you'll see two outfield players, and now the keeper is allowed out of his box until there are two outfield players. The keeper cannot leave the penalty area, and you'll often see the keeper taking on the shot.
This is the keeper for Parceros passing it on. The first shot attempt is blocked. The second one, though, trying to sneak it in. Here comes Peluche on the counter with Gustavo Guillen. Now it's the keeper who joins in on the fun. It is James Hernandez. So it's one James against another, and off of the goal kick, that one sails just wide off to the left-hand side.
Oh, an audacious effort there, almost catching the young keeper out of goal, and that's the risk you take when the keeper joins the attack, to have that one-man advantage when you have possession. That if you have a tame shot, the keeper gathers the ball, then he has an open goal. Luckily, that just flew just past the upright.
Edgar Alvarez was the man with the audacity to do so. He's going to get it back. He might want to try again. Alvarez going for goal, and again missing it off to the left-hand side.
Well, that's twice now. He's been trying his luck, probably third time lucky, but they continue to take the risk. Now, Hernandez is a quick goalkeeper. He's very good with his feet. It's one of those keeper sweepers, which is why Peluche you often use a goalkeeper who likes to be comfortable in possession.
Keeper sweeper or sweeper keeper? Well, either way, he's going to have to do some sweeping now.
And that could be a yellow card.
Indeed, there is a yellow card in the hand of our referee, and that means sin bin. That will not take effect for another minute and a half or so. It is going to be Angelo Caro.
He's one of the most skillful players. 35-year-old striker has an eye for goal. Obviously, when it comes to defending, not the best, and he was a bit clumsy in that challenge.
So that does put Caro in a position where he's got to sit this one out for 2 minutes. In the 5-on-5. We'll see the man known as Furby, Gustavo Guillen.
It's going to be one of the best. I think Shaggy and Furby. Those two nicknames are just superb. There's someone else called Golden as well. That's one of the presidents of this club.
It is Furby going for goal. And the 2-minute clock is off and running. It is essentially 4 outfielders against 3 outfielders at the moment. And then it'll become 5-on-4.
You think it's somebody cute and cuddly. And that's not Furby.
Not so much. Luis Lozoya's shot is wide, and The next minute and 14 seconds will be all about Parceros trying to slow this thing down.
You know, the manager dressed like a player.
We will have about 20 seconds of 7-on-6. Here comes the aforementioned Furby. And again, wanted it back in the middle. Instead, it comes back out to the top of the box. This is good probing from Peluche. They look good on the front foot thus far. That's really what they need.
Well,
so here we are now at near full strength.
Player manager Manu Lanzarote, a former professional footballer who is also the manager of the team, has just come on.
And here he comes. He's already made a couple of appearances today, trying to slip it through, looking for the assist. A big save from Hernandez. We do love the idea of player manager. It does not get lost on us, not at this point. We are at full strength once again with the return. The sanctioned Kato is back, and it's exactly who and what we were talking about. Lanzarote just went down, curled over as this shot sails wide.
I'll say Lanzarote has played at so many clubs, the vast majority in the lower leagues in Spain. Barca B, Atletico Madrid B, Eibar, Espanyol, Alaves, Real Zaragoza also had a stint playing in Cyprus, Lanzarote. Very talented, skillful midfielder. Now, of course, with these back-to-back matches and some players needing a rest, no surprise to see Manuel Lanzarote as the player number 12 here.
Trying to help distribute for Parceros. Uribe wins a throw. Start to paint a picture for you. We'll give you an idea of where these two teams can finish the night, where they're headed. It's going to be difficult to determine exactly where they'll be after one game played today. But it is Peluche who start the day second in the table officially. That is strictly on goal difference. 12 points for them. They're tied with Olimpo on 12 points, but between second place Peluche and 10th place Galacticos, only 3 points separate the sides, so there's a lot that can change. You've got Peluche on 12 and then Parceros at 9, so they can get up to a tie with both Peluche and Olimpo on 12 points should they find victory today, something that they've done already thrice this year.
I'm pretty sure that it's going to go down to probably the final match day to determine which teams are seeded, which teams have the play-in, which teams miss out on the playoff, because it's really tight. Like you said, one win and you could climb or drop 3-4 spots in the standings, and there's a lot at stake, and we're seeing teams heading in the wrong direction. We're seeing teams like Raniza who have started to build up steam at the right end of the season. We're approaching the business end of the regular season, and Peluche aren't headed in the right direction. They need a win here, really. Otherwise, I think they might miss out on the playoff. And 2 weeks ago, that would have been unthinkable.
And 2 weeks ago, they were top of the table and life was peachy. Now they really need to get their act together, and Parceros could be in here with a chance. There was a shot that was blocked. In what form it was blocked, it was tough to tell. Peluche come the other way. An effort on target from Ismael Valdez, but it's stopped by the keeper Alvarez. Well, even in slow motion, it's tough to figure out what happened there.
There is VAR. Now, VAR is used here. The good thing is, for those who aren't big fans of VAR, and I'm not, that it's pretty quick and often takes place during the game. So they're looking at it now, and there'll be a pause. They'll see the image over on the far side where the team bench areas are, and they'll decide what to do. Now, the clock is also stopped during VAR. You can see there are, well, we're approaching the halfway point in the first half. 2 20-minute halves. But VAR does work quite well here if you compare it to VAR elsewhere, especially in football.
Asking his side to carry on, Parceros. 10 minutes down in this first half, and that's a decent effort again from the man they call Furby.
El equipo está muy bien parado atrás, nuestro entrenador está yendo muy bien, estamos dominando el partido por ahora y veo muy bien a los muchachos, muy confiados.
Well, KG's start, I think defensively both teams have been solid. Of course, you take a risk, you take a gamble, you throw players forward, you're liable to be hit on the break. So as soon as a player overlaps and that pass doesn't find the teammate, then there's a space which the opponents can exploit. And we're seeing this, the first goal isn't always decisive, but could prove to be so important. Look at the possession, it's pretty even. As for chances, I think that Parceros have edged it in these opening 10-11 minutes.
It is worth noting, Eric, that we have 2 blue arrows names next to that PRC and PLC, and that means that we will have 2 presidential penalties to be taken today, at least in this game. 2 teams have to decide, the 2 presidents have to decide ahead of time if they want to agree to take a presidential penalty. That means either the president steps up from the spot or a player can do it from the center circle in shootout format. Now here comes Parceros.
Just quickly tell viewers that they have 5 seconds to start and finish the penalty from the halfway line, which doesn't give players much time to dribble it around the keeper. So what we're seeing very often is a couple of touches, maybe even one, and then the shot looking, to send it into the bottom or top corner. But keepers are good in this league. I have to say, being really impressed by the level of goalkeeping, especially in penalty shootouts, and also by some of the strikers. I mean, some of the goals we've been seeing over the last few weeks have been superb.
Well, that could be considered a foul. Furby went down. It is Caro who is in the middle of that, so he's got to be careful because he's already on a yellow card. You said it, Eric. It's a difficult task to beat these keepers. They have become the stars of this league, and it's not much of a surprise in the manner that these teams play and the way that the game sort of flows in the Kings League. It doesn't come as a huge shock to us.
Well, strikers win matches, goalkeepers, defensive win championships.
This is the acutest of angles for this set piece for Peluche. Nicely done to the back post. Oh, that was set up beautifully. It really needed to be put home. That's training ground stuff.
Oh, training ground exercise, that header back across the face of goal. Rather acrobatic, the effort from Garcia. Off target, but first real sight of goal. Peluche has come, past the halfway point in this first period. And just quickly tell viewers also that when the first half hits the 18-minute mark, the referee will blow his whistle, regardless of where the ball is. The game is stopped, and you will see a rather large dice thrown.
We like low numbers when they're thrown.
And why? Because a low number is the number of players that will play the final 2 minutes plus any stoppage time.
Here's your player manager, Lanzarote. Not a bad effort from distance. He's got the ball back, needs to come up with a move, and right there to stop him is Chamos Hernandez. But that's the quality that he can bring.
Very skillful. Wrapped his foot around that ball. Struck it really sweetly, but not powerful enough ready to test. Hernandez, 18 years old. Now you look at goalkeepers across the board, and the vast majority are veteran. Mid-20s, mid-30s, even late 30s, like Orozco, who is 37. Gutierrez, who plays for Raniza, is 42. Now, Hernandez is just 18 years old.
Kept in play by Parceros momentarily. Good battle. Good at the edge of the box from Juan Suarez. Did what he could. Angel Reina is on the other side for Peluche. This first half of this first game so far is showing us that we are on the back end of a back-to-back, so to speak.
Oh, the game needs a goal. The game just needs a goal. Ideally, it would be Galacticos Parceros who would break the deadlock. Because Peluche have the talent, have very skillful players, but they're just playing very defensive, which is unlike them. I suppose confidence isn't at a height after their recent performances and results.
Caro wanted a card to be given for simulation. It didn't quite happen like that. He's got the ball on his feet. Angelo Caro.
That's one thing we've not seen, Spencer. Cards for diving, because there's quite a few dives in there. Players, there's sometimes a bit of contact, and they over-exaggerate the contact, looking for free kicks, or even to see opponents booked and sin-binned. So maybe a yellow card or two brandished to players for diving would be a good move forward.
One thing that this league in general, both the Americas and Kings League España, have given us and have tried to emphasize is no nonsense. Not there yet. It's a lot harder to pull off in full without fail, but we're getting closer.
Oh, just 30 seconds. And we're going to hit the 18-minute mark. And we're going to see that dice thrown. Now, you'll see Bimbo, who are sponsors. It's their brand, bread, basically. And if there's Bimbo, and there's also a King's Head, which is the logo of the Kings League, and more on that later if they do pop up. All the numbers 5, 4, 3, 2. That'll be the number of players on the pitch for the final 2 minutes, plus any stoppage time.
All right, this game needs a goal. The best way to do it is to put 1 or 2 or maybe 3 players out on the pitch at once. You can see that.
Oh, look at that. These players have never seen a 1v1.
They've only played 1v1 or 2v2. This is their first time on 3v3, but 3v3 is good. That's a good number.
Oh, there the player manager has a quick timeout, improvised team talk. Will he include himself in this 3v3? And obviously you're looking for fit, fast players, physically strong, good with their feet. It's a lot to ask for, but remember there are roll-on substitutions. You've got to be careful though. You cannot have 4 players on the pitch at the same time. Otherwise you'll be penalised.
We don't like 0-0. Will we find a goal? Whoever gets this ball first will likely bring their keeper off. The sprinters are out. It is Arias who does get to it first. And now the changes come in, so they win possession. And they might ask Edgar Alvarez to stay out there. That's what he's going to do right now. He's being given a license to shoot from distance, which he does.
Now we're seeing players that attack and players who defend. Just quickly, 2 substitutions for Parceros.
Well, Alvarez has put about 3 shots in this first half wide left. If he just aims to the right of the goal, he might put him home. How about this effort from distance? There's the first goal of the night. It comes for Peluche. And it is Luis Lozoya to break the deadlock, 1-0.
As Jackson on the back of his jersey might have taken a small deflection off Arias, just deceiving the goalkeeper. And probably against the runner play, Peluche have the lead.
They have a clear objective here, defending this 3v2. They're doing a good job of it. The goal scorer himself is trying to cut off the angles. That's given away poorly. Really well defended. Here's another effort from distance. This one flies to the right-hand side of the goal. This requires a response now from Parceros.
Added time, no doubt. Still time for an equalizer.
They're daring Alvarez to shoot, and is that an offside? In 3v3, that can't happen.
Sloppy, really sloppy.
Just 1 added minute in the first half. Can Peluche come up with a second goal right at the end of the half? They're going to give a go from distance. Alvarez comes up with the save that he wants to put the shot in, which is why he shielded his own teammate from the ball so that he could pick it up and boot it down the pitch. But again, that's not really the best move right now. It does give Peluche one more chance to get back on the ball should they choose to before the half.
They should have held on to possession. They've got 10 seconds here. A chance here to double the lead before the break.
And not enough time, it would appear. That's where the half is going to end, right at the center circle. And for now, 1 impressive goal from Luis Lozoya. Luis Jackson, he's got the goal, and he's put Peluche in the lead. See if we can hear from them. Unfortunately, we are not able to hear from Alex and Gabriel Montiel, the presidents of Peluche, but we might be able to hear a word from Chamos, who again is just having trouble with his Colombian side. Parceros.
Well, the balance of that first half, I think Barcelos will feel hard done by. They played really well. Peluche Caligari snatching that lead before the interval.
Getting some faint audio from Chamos, but in the second half, Eric, Parceros need to find a way to be better. They just have not had the spark. Let's see, we might be able to hear him now. immediately hearing a sound that we're familiar with, Eric, and it sounds like we might be starting the second half with a weapon to begin with.
No se lo perdemos.
That or a penalty.
Estamos jugando re bien, marico. El gol fue un rebote. Estamos jugando re bien.
At the start, what you get are both teams collect weapons. Now, only they know what those weapons are. So prior to kickoff, they're almost used as a power-up after the interval. They can only be used in the second half. And these cards, green cards, include an instant penalty, the ability to rob the card from your opponent, removing an opposing player for 2 minutes, goals that count as double, and also a joker card, where you can pick any of the above. You can also have a player that wears an armband, and if he scores, the goal is worth double. So lots of options, and we'll be seeing those options in the second half.
Well, the ball has to go out of play for those to take place. That's exactly what Peluche wanted to do, because they want to enact their secret weapon, which is likely to be a star player or perhaps a joker. You see there's a blue and a green set of lights flashing about. That's because Parceros are going to use their presidential penalty to try and get themselves back into the game. They get that opportunity first. We mentioned Angelo Caro. He's got 5 seconds to put this home. Here he goes. And he's done that beautifully, rolling it home. A couple of ball rolls.
Well, he scored, but it's not going to count.
It's not going to count, Spence, because he started off before the countdown. The clock didn't move behind the goal. He was already inside the box before it started to count down. They're going to have to retake this.
Retake it? Or does he not get it at all? Because he went early, I don't believe they're going to get a second crack at it. And now, things could go from bad to worse for Parceros because, well, Peluche have utilized their star player secret weapon, which means that whoever they assign it to, which will be Furby, if he scores, that goal counts as 2.
Star player Furby. So he wears something similar to a captain's armband. Now, do you mark Furby tightly? But then again, you can't take your eye off teammates because more often than not, other players are left available and free, and they're the ones that score the goals. Now, I'm surprised that Atlético Parceros weren't allowed to take that penalty again because the referee blew his whistle, and then the countdown, he blew his whistle. And the countdown didn't start. It's not the player's fault.
I don't know that he did blow his whistle.
With his back to the camera, it's difficult to gauge, but, well, a missed opportunity. And Peluche still have their penalty. Not looking good now for Parceros.
Well, we do have to wait and see what their secret weapon is, because it's the only thing they have left in the tank to change the game. They need to keep Gustavo Guillen, or Furby, at an arm's length, and they're probably going to need to stop a presidential penalty as well.
No, we're not seeing a high tempo gain yet, but at some point, Parceros are going to have to commit players forward. They don't have that penalty. They've missed that opportunity. They're trailing by a goal to nil, and they could easily find themselves trailing by more should Peluche put away their penalty when they decide to use it.
2 minutes into the second half as the corner is taken and bobbles around. It's picked up by Hernandez, who wants a quick release. There's a 2-on-1 brewing for Peluche, and that shot ricocheted about. Alvarez got in the way of it. Referee's pointing to the corner.
Now, Furby's going to take this. Furby's the one wearing the armband. Furby's goal's worth double. Shouldn't Furby be in the box?
I don't know, because it's really difficult to score from these corners directly, especially with the amount of congestion there is in that box. That's a poor example of everything right there. It's time for another presidential penalty, but beforehand there's a chance coming. It comes for Parceros, and it goes for Parceros. That was the moment for them to try and level the game right before the penalty.
Well, that was an amazing opportunity. Irue was clean through and goal. Just took his time really to dig the ball out from his feet, and almost 2-0.
Almost 2-0 and almost a goal right before the penalty gets taken. Alvarez has to come up with a big save, and he's going to have to do it again, because now it will be Peluche to get their own presidential penalty.
Well, Luis Lozoya scored on 19 minutes, the first, and now a chance. Just over 3 minutes gone in the second half to double Peluche Caligari's lead.
This one will come right from the spot. Escorpión Dorado.
He's not going to take it back heel, is he? He's
No,
going to back heel it. Yes, he's going to back heel it. Oh, well, I thought for a second he was.
He had you fooled. Now he turns around. Now he fires. Now he scores. And Peluche have a 2-0 lead.
Well, sent the keeper the wrong way. Maybe not the best of technique. I think he's a better dancer than he is a penalty taker. But he drilled it low. The keeper moved early in the wrong direction. And now Barcelos have a mountain to climb. That's a toe punt.
Things just got a lot more complicated for Parceros, and we start to think about what they could possibly have in their bag, and now they're 3 goals down. Boy, this has turned on its head very quickly. Mauricio Campos has made it 3-0.
Well, 2 goals in the space of what? Just over 30 seconds. Well, we know they are a good team. They've not shown it the last couple of weeks. But really, poor marking in the box. I think the keeper was unsighted through a crowd of players. And now they had a hill to climb. They've got a mountain to climb, Parceros.
Now this has just gotten very difficult for them. I was just about to say before Peluche scored that goal, Parceros, maybe if they find a way to pull the right rabbit out of their hat with the secret weapon, maybe they had a double goal for 4 minutes in their bag. They still might, but it's a long road to climb now, because they've got, depending on how this all plays out, at least 2 goals to score, if not more.
Well, ideally, they'll try and get a goal back. At the same time, you've got to throw players forward, not concede. We have seen some remarkable comebacks in the final few minutes. There was a game only last night. It was 3-3. And then 2 goals worth. A double was scored in stoppage time. Ended 7-3. Cuervos coming out on top. But I think now, looking at the Parceros players, heads are down. Nothing's going for them in the second half. And they missed their penalty too. I mean, it's all gone wrong. What could have gone wrong has gone wrong.
And they get one back. That shot from Uribe is deflected away. It's gotten much more complicated now. There's still 15 minutes to find something from this contest.
Well, the viewers at home obviously saw this coming because before the game started, zilch, nada, 0% of people watching thought that Parceros had a chance of winning. And, well, they've got it right so far.
Whether it was actually 0 or not is something that remains to be seen. But you're right, Eric. They're all right, apparently.
Bit of tension here. Wants to take it quickly. The player manager, Lanzarote. And that's wasted. Now, what do you do? Do you give your player manager an earful, or do you just keep quiet in case he subs you off?
You find it that oftentimes teammates will give each other stick based on something they've done wrong or something they'd like corrected. It's a lot harder when it's the manager, isn't it?
Well, there's almost like a food chain, isn't there? You know, there's players at the top of the food chain, and then the more veteran players normally, and you work your way down. You just got to, keep quiet and put in a good shift. But that's the player manager, so that was a shocking corner kick, and it's also frustrating because the defenders have gone forward. You've got players in the box, and it just sells over everyone's head out for a throw-in, and you've just got to not say a word, get back to business. But the seconds are ticking down. They're running out of time. We're approaching the final 10 minutes, and they've not looked like scoring in this second half. A couple of blocked efforts, but whenever they do get forward, Palucci, and they've had no need now because they're leading 3-0, they've looked dangerous.
Well, they have no problem maintaining hold of the ball, Parceros, but they have not done much with it.
Well defended. What you need to do is keep it solid at the back. They're a well-drilled side, defensively speaking, and then just hit Parceros on the break. I think we're closer to a fourth goal than we are to Parceros getting back into this contest.
Here comes a chance with a cross through the middle. Francisco Garcia tried to get cute with it. Didn't quite work out for him.
3-0. I suppose that goal just before half-time is always psychologically a bit of a blow for the team that conceded it. Luis Lozoya on 19 minutes, and then those 2 goals in the space of, in the same minute. Mauricio Chamos, and then wherever tomorrow is his name of the president, or the name he uses.
Parceros have been hard done by recently. They've lost by a goal twice now in the last 2 match days. They have not picked up a win since match day 4.
But they've been unlucky. I think we're seeing a lot of teams lose in the final 2 or 3 minutes. That's when most of the games are decided. In fact, you look at all 6 matches played yesterday. In all 6, going into the final 2 minutes when goals are worth a double, all the games went down to the wire. 1 goal could have seen a team win, a team lose. And that's the beauty of this football, of the Kings League Americas, that there's always something to play for. Games, despite trailing by 3-4 goals, there's always hope And we've seen some massive turnarounds, but it doesn't look like we're going to see one now unless Parceros can grab a goal before we reach the final 2 minutes. And they might have to play with a man down here. Oh, it's
well
for a push.
It's going to go the other way. Emiliano Lopez was an instigator. It looks like somewhat of a double booking, and in fact, who is being punished for this? Furby got in the way too. This is getting a little ugly.
Well, I think you asked me earlier, have things toned down? I said no. Well, Furby, cute and cuddly. Manuel Lanzarote was also booked. As you can see, the clock still ticking. Normally the clock is stopped when this happens. Now the referee...
And that's true, they are losing some valuable time. It could, in theory, be made up afterwards, as we see the challenge that brought Lopez to the ground, although we don't see the retaliation afterwards.
Well, Lopez went to ground. The foul was by Lanzarote, who got a yellow card for the tackle. Then Furby got involved, bit of pushing and shoving. And in the end, Peluche have two players in bin for 2 minutes. Parceros have to play the next 2 minutes with 6 men, so they have a one-man advantage.
So just like that, it's almost like a roll of the die because we've shifted down to 6v5. This is a chance for Parceros in 2 minutes to try and take advantage of it with 5 outfield players out there against the 4 outfield players of Peluche. So far through 25% of this power play, they've not had yet much to show for it. Can they find that last ball, that last pass? It's given up by Suarez. That's a waste.
Well, Peluche, obviously, 2 men down, are just going to sit back, soak up the pressure. Yesterday, with all the one-man advantages that we saw, sometimes even 2-player advantages, there was not one single goal scored. Teams were sitting back defending, difficult to break down.
We're going to see the secret weapon put into play shortly, and that might signal that it's one that lasts for 4 minutes based on the timing.
It could be, yeah, the double goal perhaps, or maybe, I think it'd be a double goal. Do you think it's going to be a sin bin? Imposing player?
Caro's shot is blocked. Of course, if it is a 4-minute long secret weapon, in 5 seconds they're going to lose out on the possibility of getting all 4 of their minutes.
Well, I'll tell you what, if I was Parceros, I'll just kick the ball out of play, have a shot. Don't let the seconds tick down. You're losing out, like you said, on some valuable seconds.
We still have to wait and see what the actual secret weapon is. And the ball is still not gone out of play. It's the manager himself, Lanzarote. Now it's going to hit the ceiling, which, or no, it didn't. It looked like the trajectory was headed for it.
Just grazed the roof.
Luis Moreno. Juan Suarez. All right, let's see. About a minute came off the clock. And clock's still ticking. If this is a 4-minute long sanction of sorts, it's a waste. No, it's not. That's why. So it will be a second chance for Parceros to score from the center circle and beyond. It is a shootout that it appears Lanzarote is the one to take.
Well, they missed an early opportunity. Angelot Caro set off too early, and they lost the opportunity. So let's see if Lanzarote will wait for the referee's whistle.
Here it goes. Lanzarote goes for goal right away, and he is denied. One James denies the other. James Hernandez says, no, sir. And this is still a clean sheet.
Well, that's now 2 missed penalties. Could easily have been 3-2.
And that was their real chance, Eric, to get back into the game, because had they scored that then, you could say in the final 2 minutes of this game with the double goal, or 2 minutes plus added time, they would have had a chance to tie it up with the goal. Now they really need to score 2.
Yeah, they need 2 goals in that stoppage time, or in the final 2 minutes. We might see 2 or 3 minutes of additional time, so potentially for 5 minutes, goals would be worth double. Now we saw Cruz de Cuervos score 2 in that stoppage time, so it is possible.
There's a player down in the middle. The clock has
I don't think there's much. I don't think there's much there, to be honest. Bit of time wasting, bit of, gamesmanship.
These are the moments in this league, though, that we appreciate when the clock stops and time wasting gets, for the most part, taken out of the equation. Didn't take long for him to get back to his upright position as the corner is taken and deflected right back out. Lanzarote again clips it up. That's beautifully headed in by Moreno. Parceros are not done yet. They've gotten one back, and they need a goal in the final 2 minutes plus stoppage time to force extra time.
Well, nobody picking up the defender, Moreno, who scored his first goal of the season yesterday. And now has goals in back-to-back games, and now they're just 1 goal away from tying this match.
Got to take a shot from distance. It's got to leave his foot before that shot comes in. So we have reached the 38-minute mark, Eric, and yes, Parceros are still in this thanks to that goal by Moreno.
Well, Furby has to be careful. He's being booked. He doesn't want to be booked again and get a red card. He came out, said something to the referee, had to be pulled away by his teammates.
See if we can hear what our player, Coach Lanzarote, has to say. So far, we're not getting the appropriate audio, but in 15 seconds, players will be on the line, and Parceros will be looking for 1 goal to keep them alive in this game, to give them hope.
What they can't do, of course, it can't concede. Telling his players just to keep calm. They have time. They have time. They just need to keep it tight at the back and put away their chance.
Could have been considered a false start. I think it will be, and it's already a poor start to this final 2 minutes for Peluche. They would not want this lead to be chipped at after the hard work they've done for the better part of 36 minutes.
We were saying that's the beauty of this game, that games can look done, finished, over, and then suddenly,
oh, how has it stayed out? It hasn't now. It has been put home by Manu Lanzarote, player, coach, goal scorer. What are we looking at, though? If this counts, it counts for 2 and it ties the game.
I think they're appealing for handball now. Lanzarote is pointing to his chest. Now, I think the initial header hit the crossbar, and then Lanzarote controlled. There was, I'm not too sure if it was his arm with his chest. This is a massive call.
This might not count. VAR is getting involved. It was slapped right into Lanzarote, and that is indeed what looks to be the elbow of the player coach himself, and I think it's going to deny, for now, Parceros their equalizer.
Well, his arm was tight on his body, but clearly struck his right forearm. So the goal is going to be ruled out, chalked off.
That is a big shift in what was almost, at least for now, a choke job from Peluche. They have to hold on. Parceros have suddenly, out of nowhere, turned into the team with the most ambition.
Oh, they've got nothing to lose. They know that Peluche are hanging on here. Let's see how much added time we're going to see at the end of these 40 minutes. But look at the difference that goal has made to the game. They look down and out, but Moreno with the header, and suddenly it's game on.
Chamos goes for the long throw. We are at 39-40. There's a turnover. Can Peluche put the game away? Furby's calling for a penalty. He won't get it. Alvarez re-releases. Caro down the left-hand side, taking on the world. Angelo Caro's shot is wobbly and timid at best.
Well, not really testing Hernandez in the Peluche goal. 3 minutes of added time.
That's enough time for Parceros to find an equalizer. It's also enough time for Peluche to put the game away. We're going to see another card brandished. This one's coming towards the touchline. It's going to be for one of the Parceros coaches.
Keep the ball here. They should take it short, not play it into the box. Keep it short. Waste some valuable seconds down in the corner flag.
That's exactly what they've done.
Well, 3 points will be a massive boost.
Oh, how about that effort coming from Peluche? It was almost an exclamation point at the end of what looks to be a victory. Looking for a little bicycle action. A minute and a half. It's still Parceros on the front foot. Given away cheaply. Peluche looking to put the game away. It was a late sliding challenge from Moreno. All's fair,
took a
though.
Big risk there, the defender.
Still chances for Parceros, still an opportunity for the equalizer. But they're running out of time.
Into the final 60 seconds. It's going to be another heartbreaking defeat for Parceros. They're unable to score here.
Lanzarote's got it back. 40 seconds left to find it. Lanzarote's overlapping. He's got some support. Caro keeping it on his feet. The shot from distance by Arias is deflected away. Final 20 seconds. Tick-tock.
I'll just look at the presidents in the bottom corner. Nervy moments in these final few seconds.
It's got to happen now or never. Lanzarote makes it happen now. Player, manager, goal scorer, game tire. What a contest.
Well, with the last kick of the game, the player manager had a goal ruled out correctly for handball. Let fly, favoured left foot, arrowed into the bottom left-hand corner. Wonderful strike. What a goal.
And that has completely switched up how this game gets played out, unless the goal doesn't stand. But it has, and it's the last kick of regulation. It has put Parceros in position, Eric, to take something from this game.
Well, what an incredible finale. We were saying going into the final 3 minutes, it wasn't looking good for Parceros. They look down. Peluche, Caligari look headed for a rather emphatic, comfortable win, but Luis Moreno scoring on 38 minutes, and then 4 minutes into added time, Manuel Lanzarote with the last kick of the game sends this into a shootout.
Well, what an absolutely wonderful way to start our Kings League Americas. We knew this, Eric. We knew that at the end of games like this with the double goal, things can change in the blink of an eye. The Moreno goal that he scored for Parceros just minutes before we got to the double goal kept them in it, because otherwise they would have needed 2 in the double goal period. They needed to score twice, and who else but Lanzarote to do it?
Oh, the player manager with a wonderful strike. And against all odds, this game is going to a shootout. Now just think how the Peluche Caligari players must feel. Leading 3-0 into the final 2 minutes, and suddenly here you're facing defeat or not. Penalty shootout though. Peluche have scored, Parceros have missed both.
It's been a part of this game that has caused some confusion at times today.
Who's your money on?
We will Sorry, Eric, go ahead.
Who's your money on?
The way that Parceros have fought their way back, you would peg them to be the favorite for momentum. But on the other hand, the best shootout team today has been Peluche. So I'm going to think, if you're asking me to pick a winner, I'm going to take Parceros in this one.
Okay, I'll take Peluche. I think they've been better from the spot. And, well, like you said, though, Parceros carrying this momentum into the shootout. And the opening match of this session. Remember, 6 matches here from the Kings League Americas.
is going to be decided in a shootout.
So it will be Parceros to kick things off first. The first man up is Diego Gutierrez. 5 seconds for glory. No, sir. Denied.
Oh, the keeper quickly off his line, smothers the shot. Was he inside or outside the box? They're going to take a check to see if the keeper was inside the box. I think they've looked at it quickly, and it stands as a save.
That was exactly what is required of these keepers in these situations. No fear. Here comes Mauricio Campos, the highest numbered player in today's first contest. Number 94, looking for a goal, and he too is denied. Edgar Alvarez keeps it 0-0.
What a stunning save. Stood up, waited for the shot. So important not to move too early, the keeper. It was at a comfortable height for the shot stopper. But yeah, good save nonetheless.
A man who was booked early in this game, Angelo Caro. He scored one, but it didn't count because he left early, and this one was a decent effort, but it will not go down, and it's 0 for 2 for Parceros.
Oh, just try to scoop it over the keeper. Did, but wide. Goal scorer Jackson.
Scored just before halftime. He's going to go for the long kick first. Now he's got to deliver, and it is another Alvarez save. This is what can happen in the penalty shootout. Goals are golden. They're hard to come by.
Oh, keepers are allowed off their line, so there's not much of an angle. We've seen a couple of lobs, which might not be a bad way of trying to score. Just try and scoop it over the keeper when he comes off his line.
Didier Uribe wants to do just that. Oh, it was a good idea. It was a really good idea. It was Eric McGee's idea, but it just didn't come off.
So unlucky. Just clearing the crossbar. Did everything right. So close.
We are still looking for a goal. At this point, one might do the trick. Alvarez is ready to defend with Alejandro Corona at the helm. He's going to take his time, and it's another save. These keepers are coming up big. Alvarez keeps it 0-0. Only 2 rounds left.
Alvarez has had 3 to save. His counterpart has only saved 1 penalty. The 2 other have been off target.
Patricio Arias does have a matchday MVP in this competition. He could be the MVP of the day if he puts one home here. Arias, no. James Hernandez stands tall.
He was out of the box. Was he outside of the box? Did he handball outside of the box?
Oof. He's right on the line.
It's tight. They're going to check to see if they're going to have to retake that penalty. Well, the answer is no.
And nothing doing.
Well, yes.
We still don't have an answer
It's
yet.
A massive call in a shootout. Massive call. Good.
They're saying that it came off of his thigh first. And this is the entire Parceros team looking up to the VAR. And now...
Well, now the referee is going to take a look.
The referee's just going to look
get
for
a good
himself. Let's
view of
see.
it here.
That is very close, and it's right on the line, too. This is going to be a good angle.
He's outside the box. I think he's just... Oof. I mean, do you give this benefit of the doubt to the goalkeeper or to the attacker?
That it came off of his hip first. Yeah, I think so. Doesn't appear that there was anything wrong with that. It looks like it's going to stand, which will not make Parceros happy about it. Peluche.
Well, they score both,
have their
which
fourth
is
chance to take a lead. Diego Flores. Flores for the lead. Got it! Peluche in front.
Well, unfortunate for Barcelos. Their keeper's been superb in this shootout. But on this occasion, firmly struck and nothing he could do. And now the pressure really on the player who sent this to a shootout, the player manager, Lanzarote.
The hopes of Atletico Parceros ride yet again on their player manager, Manu Lanzarote. Can he come up with a moment of magic for Parceros? Oh, how calm, how cool, how collected. And we are right back level.
Well, just took his time, picked his spot, buried his penalty, and now you score, you win.
Well, it rests on the foot of Ismael Valdez. He can win it for Peluche Caligari. Valdez, victory is his, and victory is Peluche's. It took us 8 tries to get a shootout goal, but after that moment, we got 3 in a row. Peluche get 2, and they get the victory.
Well, the players there trying to surround the referee. It's a tough defeat for Parceros, who are trailing by 3-0 with 2 minutes left. 3-1, then Lanzarote with the last kick, sending the game to a shootout, but they weren't good from the spot in the game, missing twice. They only managed to score 1 of their 5 in the shootout.
Well, they'll say that they probably deserved more. Peluche, they let the game slip right at the end, but they will take it any way they can get it. And a victory in penalties, while it is just as good in most senses, minus a point, they're going to be happy that they walked out of here.
Ayer y hoy, o sea, ya no es justo.
Yesterday and today just hasn't been fair.
El arquero llevaba saliéndose ya del anterior.
Sí, ya había salido antes. Ya había salido antes.
And Chamos thinks that the keeper Hernandez, the other Chamos, came out of his area.
No me preguntan nada porque lo mando todo para la mierda. Ya les dije.
This is what happens when the margins are so thin, too, because now you have Parceros potentially on the outside looking in. That race for the top 10 has just gotten a little bit tighter. A win for Peluche, keep them right towards the top of the table, and this loss for Atlético Parceros makes it tougher. A final look at the statistics from this one. 3-3 your final score, but a 2-1 shootout victory for Peluche. They were the team that had most of the dominance throughout the 40 minutes, and then once we got to the shootout, they also came up with their moments. Good enough for them, and good enough for us. We will return to you in just a moment. We've got our next matchup on tap. That is to come between Los Chamos and Real Titan, the leaders of Kings League Americas. Be back in a moment.
Really looking forward to this one, Spence, as we see some of the highlights of the previous match. The opening game here, that went to a shootout. 3-3. At the end of normal time, the President stepping up to score. They scored 2 goals in the space of a minute. And the header with just 2 minutes remaining. And then Lanzarote, a goal that was worth a double. And then in the shootout, the keepers starring. Peluche Caligari scoring their, with their final 2 penalties. Lanzarote scoring 1 for Parceros. But a good win for Peluche, who recover after a couple of disappointing results. Up next, the side favoured by many to claim the league title, to finish top at the end of the regular season. 6 wins, just 1 defeat, 22 goals scored, 15 conceded. Real Titan sitting pretty at the summit on 18 points. Peluche Caligari, Olimpo United both follow on 12. As some fans find their seats here ahead of this second game of this 6-match session. Los Chamos, underdogs in this contest, 11th in the table, currently on 6 points, just 2 wins, 5 defeats. They've conceded 29 goals, which happens to be the worst defensive record in the league. They've conceded 2 more than bottom-placed Los Aliens. They have scored on 21 occasions. When you look at Real Titan, they are not big scorers, just 22 goals, 11 less than Peluche Caligari, and that's not including the 3 goals that Peluche scored moments ago. Some talented footballers in this Real Titan side. That big win against Peluche Caligari, putting a bit of distance between themselves and the chasing pack. And shortly, this second game will be underway here. Kings League Americas in pink and black. Real Titan, president of Real Titan, always watching, always immaculately dressed also. Germán Garmendia. Quick word from our sponsors.
Y ayer los Chamos que perdieron contra West Santos. También se encuentran Alfredo Hernández y Gabriel Sichero, mi querida Alan. Toda la razón, Marquitos. Tú también vive la pasión al máximo a través de Sportium.com, la casa de apuestas oficial de la Kings League Santander. Utiliza el código KINGS y llévate una apuesta gratis.
A word there from our sponsors. So shortly we'll be underway. Now, recent performances, when you look at Los Chamos, haven't been the best, but they were really, really unfortunate in their last outing. They were leading going into the closing stages against West Santos. The West Santos producing a couple of late goals worth 2 to win 6-3. So a tough pill to swallow for Los Chamos. Let's see how they fare against Real Titan. All set. The players taking the field. Remember, this is 7-a-side, and in the previous match we saw 100% as well. They got it right. Lucha Caligari did beat Barcelos, but they beat them in a shootout. Now, Real Titan are clear favourites against Los Chamos, but when Real Titan lost their one and only game, they lost to the team who at the time were bottom of the table and who are still bottom, Los Aliens. They finished Real Titan 2, Los Aliens 3. That match was a fortnight ago. Now we see the cards being handed out. Each team pick one prior to kickoff. They'll be used in the second half as a power-up, a weapon. Instant penalty, that ability to rob a card, don't see that too often. Remove an opposing player. Goals count as double, and also, of course, the Joker card. Now in 9 seconds, we'll be underway with this wacky kickoff. Players in the goal, behind the line. One keeper, one outfield player. We get this F1 style lights to start the game. And we're off. Oh, we see this often. The ball is either played forward or a player sets off slightly too early.
And that first touch has to go backwards, and it's a test of the skill level of the players and their touch, because that first touch backwards when it drops from the sky like that, that's pretty tough.
Oh, Pedraza takes the shot, and it just dribbles past the upright. For an early chance for Real Titan. Very capable midfielder, Pedraza. Yeah, I was just saying, tucking into a bit. I'm feeling a bit hungry myself.
Now, I will say this, Eric. We had a kit clash in the first contest with the keepers. Those kits were the same, just like these are now. But we have more of a kit clash with the referee in this game.
Yeah, had that last night too. Last night as well. Side on. Of course, the shorts are different, but side on, there is a bit of a clash. Then again, if they wore black, there'll be a clash too. They've got to try and find a colour that doesn't clash with the kits of the teams taking part. So 2 against 2. Keepers come out as an outfield player. Or on a slip, and a chance here, clearly must score. It's an open goal, and there is a surprise at the start. Los Chamos have taken the lead. Well, they celebrate the best player, Fran Hernandez, who won the game from the spot 24 hours ago, is paying a heavy price for the slip. 1-0 Los Chamos lead. Well, that joy not lasting long. Straight away, almost from the kickoff. The keeper finding the back of the net. Cruz in goal for the injured Lascari. Fires home.
Didn't last long, did it?
Well, what a blistering start to this second match. Out for a throw-in over on the far side.
We were waiting for a goal, any type of spark from the first game, and here we are 2.5 minutes in. We've already got a goal for both sides.
Oh, Los Chamos in possession. Villanueva. Ayala on target yesterday, Ayala with the equaliser His team then ended up losing 6-3 to West Santos. Ayala hovering on the edge of the box. It's with the number 11. Has Villanueva to the right. Still Ayala. Takes on 2. And is dispossessed. No foul. Looking to break here, Raul Titan. And in the end, just slowing things down. Hernandez. Oh, Calvo, the centre back, loses possession. Villanueva. One back by Hernandez. Hernandez on this left-hand side, bursts forward. 2 against 2. An important challenge, and the ball dropping to Villanueva. Well, an entertaining start to this contest. It's 5v5 in just over 20 seconds. Well, the shot just fizzes past the upright. Ayala trying his luck from outside the box.
This has been a very bright start. We like to see both teams on the front foot. We like to see the activity. It doesn't seem like so far either of these teams are showing the effects of having played 24 hours ago.
Well, there is Calvo. Just knocks it back to Hernandez. Probably the MVP of the season so far, not just for Raul Titan, but the best player of the league. Outstanding, 2-footed at the heart of everything that's good at Raul Titan. Calvo, back to Cruz, the 26-year-old goalkeeper, who has scored the goal so far for Raul Titan. So important to equalise straight after conceding. Nice little flick. Trejo trying to work his way into the box. In the end, a tame shot straight down the keeper's throat.
Yeah, it's unfortunate from Los Chamos' perspective that they conceded immediately after scoring, because they would have liked to have taken a lead from that first 5 minutes. I think the first 5 minutes, and I wouldn't be alone in this thought process, are the most important in the game, because I'll say it again, I say it most weeks, you cannot win a game in those first 5 minutes, but boy, can you lose them.
Well, if you concede a couple of early goals, it can cost you. Now, we did see in the previous match how a team managed to pick themselves up from 3-0 down, but in the end, losing in that penalty shootout. So even if you are 3 goals down, you can still be in the contest. You've got to just battle until the end, and of course, in those final 2 minutes when goals are worth double, there's always a chance to come back, because it's not just 2 minutes. It's the final 2 minutes plus added time. In the previous match, there were 3 minutes. In the end, we saw 3.5 minutes of added time, which was almost 6 minutes, where goals are worth double. So it's always a lot longer than the 2 minutes that people think when it's 18 to 20.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, Titan on the attack. That shot is charged down. Rodriguez trying from distance. Again, Rodriguez feeds it through. Heavy touch.
Nicely found.
Taking Guzman slightly out wide. Still Guzman. Looks to find his team. Oh, that was a shocking effort. Our defenders shot from outside the box. That went out for a throw-in.
Mana, nos falta una carnecita, nos falta una longaniza por acá, nos faltan tacos. Bueno, ayer nosotros teníamos tacos, así que todo bien.
¿Quieres comida india?
¿Comida india?
Sí. Papi.
Yo quiero un asado. Por favor, falta el asado acá. Falta
Well,
el asadito.
Gomendi now also hungry.
I mean, they're really putting the pressure on in terms of the food.
Yeah, definitely. They're tucking into some decent-looking grub. Oh, almost 8 minutes gone here in the first half. Still 1-1. Los Chamos scoring early. But that goal cancelled out seconds later by the Raul Titan goalkeeper. In goal today, Cruz. Guzman closed down by 2 players. Space
Nicely
here, surely.
done.
Oh, no. Dragged his shot well wide of the target, and Trejo should really have done much better. Just to keep it a beat.
The entire goal mouth to aim at with that one.
Now Paul Kruth on 2 minutes. Ayala on 2 minutes. Shortly before Kruth levelled. A couple of chances for Raul Titan since, as the ball goes out for a corner kick. Well, slightly heavy touch. Rodriguez, not the most skillful players. Tough tackler. Difficult to beat in those one-on-one situations, but they're gifting a corner kick to Los Chamos. Giancarlo Maldonado on for Los Chamos. There he is. Such a skillful player. Quick throw-in, and the header straight at the keeper. Poor marking in the Real down box. Pressing high up the pitch, Los Chamos. And that ball hitting the roof, and a throw-in to Los Chamos.
Well, they haven't had a lot of defending to do yet tonight, Titan, but that's not going to be the case for the full 40 minutes. They're going to have to find a way to tighten up. But I really like what they've done when they have possession. They seem to be finding those quick-fire approaches. They're direct, and more importantly, look at that. They're changing directions and making those quick decisions.
On his left-hand side, Fran Hernandez. Very futsal, the way he plays. Often his first touch is stepping on the ball. Very two-footed also, as that shot is blocked. Rodriguez again with the effort. Now Rodriguez, not renowned for his goal scoring, has yet to score so far this season. 2 assists to his name. Now, if you're wondering who is playing the drums, it's not myself or Spence.
No.
It's somebody from Los Chamos. It's a fan who stands behind the goal. You might see him later. And he doesn't stop. There's a drum roll throughout the game. Hernandez. Takes the throw in. Trejo. Calvo. Thought twice about the shot, almost gifting possession.
Oh, it's beautiful.
And that's a wonderful finish. Such a clever pass into Guzman. And the 25-year-old striker just tucks it away. They were down 1-0. They equalised straight away. And now they lead by 2-1.
It's just such a clever finish, but more so than the finish was the pass to lead it in to the top of the area. And once that pass was received, there was no going back. Nobody's missing that target on that occasion. Well done.
And a chance here for another. Oh, dribbles around the keeper. And 2 goals in the space of a minute. Trejo. Well, still reeling from Guzman's goal. Los Chamos gift Raul Titan possession. And Trejo
this is
just calmly takes it around the keeper and just knocks it into the empty net.
It's such a brilliant goal, and it's happening so fast, Eric. We're not even getting replays, and I'm feeling hard done by. I need to see those again. That was wonderful.
Well, there might be another goal here on the cards. The shot, and bounces just wide. Oh, shaken, Los Chamos. They have to be careful not to fall apart. Just 2 wins so far this season, 5 defeats, 21 goals scored, 29 conceded, not including the 3 they've shipped so far in these opening 13 minutes. And for the leaders, well, this, the perfect way to cement their place at the top of the standings. throw-in. Maldonado's been quiet since coming on. Villanueva has Guzman for company. Forced back Villanueva. Playing keep ball, lost Chamos, but not really testing the Real Titan goalkeeper. They need to try and find Giancarlo Maldonado. By far the most technically gifted player on their roster, and that's wasted. Vizcarra with a rather audacious effort. Quite wild the shot, just apologising to his teammates. There's a player down, and it is Rodriguez. Oh, he's going to continue, the defender.
Well, it did seem, Eric, like Chamos were going to be overmatched in this matchup, but they came out hot. They got the first goal, and this is less about them, as that's a nice save, although an unnecessary one in the end with the offside. It's more about Real Titan and what they've been able to do. Credit to them.
Poor play by the keeper, but a wonderful save to redeem himself. Surely they're going to score. Villanueva, they're lining up, and that's excellent. Such calm play. The extra pass across the face of goal, and they tuck it away, and they're back in the game. He missed an earlier chance, Jose Vizcarra. This time he makes no mistake. Los Chamos 2, Real Titan 3.
Well, how many different moments, Eric, could we have seen this shot be taken? There's one, there's two. But you got to pass up a good look for a better look. And in the end, they got the best look. And they're right back in it.
Well, 1 goal a game. Now, they're waiting to see if there's an offside in the build-up. I didn't spot anything. Bit of suspense. No, the goal is good. 3-2, Real Titan lead in what's been a goal fest first half. Calvo. Nowhere to go, but back for Real Titan. And that goes out for a throw-in. And we'll see again. I mean, it's impossible to have an offside when there are 2 players inside the 6-yard box. But anyway, they just checked in case as that ball hits the camera.
Did you flinch?
Villanueva. I did, yeah, Villanueva. Good break out of the back here. Strong run forward, Arcos. Plays it across the face of goal, and a lack of communication between the defender and the keeper. But they managed to clear. Hernandez. Acrobatic pass forward, Trejo. Guedes. And wastes possession with that long ball out from the back. Looking to find Giancarlo Maldonado. Not got much in the way of service, but sliding in. That could go anywhere.
Aye.
And the referee has awarded a penalty. Now, the foot was high.
No.
Well, Garmendi is saying, no, it's not a penalty, but it's a yellow card. It's a 2-minute sin bin. Calvo will have to spend the next 2 minutes on the sideline. Now, the foot was high. There is contact. It's a penalty. And a perfect chance to level. We're also hitting the 18-minute mark, Spence. So we are going to get the dice throw too. It's been non-stop such an eventful first half.
Yeah, there's a lot at play here because it did look like that was a pretty obvious penalty, and Calvo's got to know better than to go high like that inside your own area. It's just too dangerous. Even if you do make a connection, the likelihood of that happening is pretty good, the likelihood that you make contact with the opposition. So there's no reason to do that, and the referee had an easy call to make. Now, for Los Chamos, a team who, we have to say, if they put this penalty home, they'll be on level terms despite having played, say, a slightly lower quality contest so far.
And they've been second best for long periods in this first half. But we saw also, in the previous match, Barcelos were second best for 38 minutes. And yet they managed to send the game. Okay, they lost, but they managed to send the game to a shootout. Well, it's going to be Giancarlo Maldonado, the talented striker, who carries a couple of extra kilos, but I don't think that's going to stop him here with this penalty. Now, also, in addition to the penalty, there is going to be a sin bin for the defender who made the foul, Calvo. But let's see if Maldonado can put this away. 4 steps and just blast it into the back of the net. It's 3-3. And now for the next 2 minutes, Calvo is going to have to sit it out. Just wetted it. Hard, slightly off middle. The keeper going the wrong way. And suddenly, this game is tied.
Well, you said he carries a couple of extra kilos, Eric. I like to think that those kilos go into what is essentially what is the law of trying to put one momentous object into the next.
Well, 5v5, a few sighs. People like a low number. We love a low number because it means there are less players out on the pitch. Well, Giancarlo Maldonado scoring from the spot. And the veteran striker levering procedures here now. Vizcarra will score today. That's his 3rd goal. As for Giancarlo Maldonado, that's now 5 appearances, including today. 6 goals, 1 assist. 5v5. Surely started way too early. Ayala just gifting possession to Raul Titan. Why don't players wait for the buzzer? We see this nearly every kickoff.
They're trying to anticipate it, but they never seem to get it right.
Well, they start defending Los Chamos. Trejo looking to beat his counterpart, Ayala. It's out for a corner kick. Now, sometimes these are a double-edged sword. You can't really play the ball into the box. It should be hit on the break. Oof, sends it just over the bar. It takes a deflection, according to Hernandez. He's adamant. It clipped Ayala on its way over. Well, those long balls forward, never a good option. And just seeing Giancarlo Maldonado telling the keeper to feet, play it short. Let's build up from the back.
It's tough to tell. We've got 30 seconds, Eric, before we hit the 20-minute mark. With 6 goals on the board in the first half, I would think reliable for a little bit of extra time.
And a yellow card for a trip on Pereira. That was late. The challenge on the veteran defender.
Well, they were going to have a man advantage in the second half, but well, it's just gotten a lot tougher now.
Well, Los Chamos will be hoping to end the first half all square. Some defending to do. Hernandez knocks it out wide. Trejo, Hernandez on the edge of the box. Trejo with a shot across the face of the goal. Nobody there to apply the finish. That's a poor pass out from the back. And that shot is blocked again. It's Fran Hernandez. At the heart.
Yeah, just the 1 minute, that's surprising to me.
Dan. Yeah, sorry, Spence.
It's just surprising to see that. Hold on, here we go.
Off the bar. Cannons off the crossbar. And there goes the half-time whistle. And they were whiskers away from taking the lead at the interval. Well, that blasted off the bar. Guzman unlucky not to score. Well, let's see what we can hear from the presidents. Almost 4-3. Good game so far. Entertaining.
No, hoy no. Hoy vamos con gorrito Titán, vamos con gorrito Yusef. El siguiente vamos con el vaquerito.
Now I'll talk about his look for this game. For the next match, he'll be wearing a jean-style outfit. Denim.
Bueno, que empezamos increíblemente metiendo un gol, pero
started brilliantly, scored early, conceded straight away.
Aunque decía 0% probabilidad.
Although they said 0% chance of winning, I think we have a chance. And the arepa I've just eaten was delicious. Well, he's saying he's a big fan of the Real Titan president, Germán Garmendia.
Apuesta, quiere apuesta. No sé. Dame un tecito más.
No, ese no sé es un no. Ese no sé es no lo voy a hacer.
And now they're going to place a little bet. Have a little bet, the two of them, to see who's going to come out on top in this second match here. Second of 6 games in this session. 2 sessions in the space of 24 hours. Oh, even tries his hand at singing, the president. I think he should stick to his day job, whatever that is.
I was gonna say, we're not really doing well. I guess you and I are at work, but these guys are just having fun.
Well, they're enjoying this game, which is well, a stalemate at halftime, 3-3. So already we've had as many goals in the first half as we did in the entire first game, not including, of course, the penalty shootout. Now the second half about to commence. After this game, Los Galacticos de Caribe take on Olimpo United. We've got Muchachos in action also against Raniza. Big game for Freixas. The president of Muchachos, they have lost their last 3 games. Los Aliens against West Santos. And the final game we see Club de Cuervos. Winners yesterday against Persas. The ball raised aloft. Going to drop from the heavens. Will be underway in this second half. Real Titan drawing with Los Chamos. They have won the last 2 games 3-2. Prior to that, they lost 3-2, 1-5-1, 1-1-0. They've only won 1 game, the leaders, by a 2-goal margin. The rest have been, by just 1 goal.
That is an extreme stat for a team that it feels like is dominating this competition.
Well, not only that, but they've only scored 22 goals, not including the 3 we've seen so far. Peluche have scored 11 more. West Santos, 27 goals. In fact, if you look across the board, only 4 teams have scored less goals than the leaders, and 3 of them are in the bottom 3.
Well, their calling card has been their defense. Right now, this is a potential foul that we're just going to look at inside the box. This might take half a minute.
We're just waiting, signaling to the players that there might be a pause in the game. You can see the clock has been stopped. Bang on, 20 minutes, 58 seconds.
And with 1 second to go before we get Los Chamos. All right, no penalties, so on comes Villanueva for Los Chamos.
Loses out, and the shot from distance. The keeper was off his line. And that was, well, an effort looking to catch out the goalkeeper. There we see, I didn't see anything, to be honest. The player went down in the box rather acrobatically, theatrically. No penalty. Another Route 1 wasted ball forward. And there we get the drum again. Pureco. And the shot testing the keeper. Lascari, who didn't start the match, has come on in this second half. Had been injured. Probably not match fit, but obviously they brought him on for the second period. And from a tight angle, shooting high over the bar, Pedraza. By the way, Timmy is Pedraza, if you're wondering. Quite a few of these players often put nicknames on the back of their jerseys.
Timmy is an all-timer. We love a good Timmy.
For commentators, can be a bit of a nightmare. But when you get players like Furby and Shaggy, makes your day. Almost 3 minutes gone in this second half. We saw 2 early goals in the first half. Both teams scored in the opening 3 minutes. Not so in this second period. Forward by Calvo, who gave away that penalty with that clumsy challenge in the first half. Good run forward, Timmy. And his shot bounces off the defender, takes the throw in quickly. Just one player in the box there for Raul Titan. Effort flying well wide of the target.
Of course, this is going to be a big swing in the second half to see exactly what secret weapons both teams have to use. Right now,
they've only got their secret weapons, Spence. They haven't got penalties. If you look at the top of your screen, you can see chat for the Chamos, of course, and Raul Titan to the right. When they have a light blue or cyan-coloured arrow, it means they have a penalty, which could be a penalty from the penalty spot if it's taken by the president, or from the halfway line by an outfield player who has 5 seconds to run half the length of the pitch and to finish. But those green arrows are the weapons that we saw at the beginning of the game when both teams collected a card, which will be revealed in this second half. Now, when the teams decide the exact moment. The ball then has to leave the pitch, and then they can use that weapon.
And for me, that's the
Los
big
Chamos.
difference right now. Because it's not going to be the star player. We know that. Otherwise, that would have been used at the very beginning of the half. It can be anything else at this point. But I have to say, Real Titan are the better team. And it doesn't mean that they're the team that deserves to win.
Well, they definitely got the better track record coming into this match. They've got an excellent defensive record. Now, why are they top? Well, we said before that it's defenses that win you championships. They've conceded just 15 goals, 18 if you include the 3 they've shipped so far here. That's an average of just over 2 per game. As that bounces harmlessly over the bar. 67% possession, Real Titan. Again, a long ball forward, and Los Chamos are looking to bypass midfield, where they've been outclassed so far. But again, if you don't have possession, your players are putting in the extra running. You're chasing shadows, chasing players, pressing, hustling. Whereas for Real Titan, the players are letting the ball do the work.
Yeah, it's more about that second game in 24 hours, right? I mean, you play one last night, okay, great. Go home, have an ice bath, whatever you got to do. But then to come back out less than 24 hours later.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough on the players, and I'm sure we're seeing some cramp. And also it depends, because there are teams that, for example, played in the last game yesterday and are playing in the second or third game today. So they have a shorter rest. Not much difference, but potentially 4 to 5 hours, which does give you time to get home and rest, spend some time with the family, team meeting, and then back out on the pitch again. Now, this is the second double header we've had this season. From now on to the end of the regular season, games we played on normal match day, Sunday. And for those wondering why we've started a bit later tonight, an hour later to be exact, it's because the clocks have changed. Now, in Mexico, the clocks change early March only in a few states near the US border, but not in the capital. The clocks have changed in several countries in Europe. That's a wonderful run, and that has to be the best goal so far. What a dribble and finish. Just skipped his way through 1, 2, 3 players, and Vargas, the 37-year-old, has scored one of the goals, no doubt, of the weekend.
It's just a little chop back onto his right foot, but to have the touch, look at this right here, just to have that faint deft touch to get it around the defender. That is a pristine finish, and we said that Chamos don't really deserve to be in this game. That narrative is starting to fade because they looked the part, and now they have the lead.
4-3. Perhaps against the run of play, but they've been soaking up the pressure in a moment of brilliance. Vargas just skipping into the box, leaving poor Calvo for dead. Turned him inside out before applying the finish. And it's out behind for a goal kick.
And this is a situation that we're not really familiar seeing Real Titan in. Because, yeah, they've won games by close margins, but they've controlled games as well in that process. This game, despite their hot start, a really hot start, has now completely shifted and is out of their control.
Well, now, like Spen just pointed out, in an unfamiliar position, chasing a game. Now, when they conceded the first goal, they managed to hit back just a few seconds later. And that's over. Again, trying his luck from long distance, and Andeth.
And what happens when you're not quite getting the rewards that you feel you deserve for having a good game or starting the game well, then you start to stretch what your boundary of luck may be. And this is a move now for Real Titan that they need to make to try and shake up the free world in this game. They need to make something happen.
Well, looking to break through the middle, but unfortunately for Los Chamos, Yellow's pass hitting his teammate. And now we see the weapon, Arma, Spanish for weapon. Real Titan opting to use their card as we move into the final 10 minutes of this second half. Now for the next 4 minutes, any goal scored is worth 2. Any goal scored by any player. But it's only the first goal. It's not you score one goal if you score another. You score one goal in the next 4 minutes, it's worth double.
This is their chance. Real Titan.
Great defending. Got back superbly. Tapia. But again, coming forward, Real Titan. And a wild effort. Said that several times already. Again, Rodriguez, who hasn't scored, but continues. When I say hasn't scored all season. Continues to try his luck from outside the box. Well, we said
at the same time, though, Eric, if you don't take advantage of these 4 minutes, Chamos have their own secret weapon with which to use. We're not sure what it is yet, but if, for example, it's a penalty or a penalty shootout, a shootout penalty, that gives them the chance potentially to double this lead.
Well, they're in a great position. They are leading by a goal. They are not playing with too much pressure because the pressure is on the leaders, but the leaders do have a cushion, so regardless of results elsewhere, unless, of course, they lose by a massive margin, which they won't, and the team in second, I don't know. I think it's going to be difficult for Cagliari. If they lose here, we've seen so many teams go on a bad run in these last 2 or 3 weeks. Lose 1, lose 2, lose 3, and suddenly you're in big trouble. Now, they do have a cushion. Real Titan, not guaranteed top seed yet. But this would be a second defeat of the season, and both against teams at the bottom. They lost to bottom-placed Los Aliens, and Chamos not faring much better in the standings. They are tied with Los Aliens at the bottom of the table.
Yeah, talking points lead us in many directions for Real Titan so far.
Snapshot, and that's a wonderful goal through a crowd of players, and I think the keeper saw it late. Diving low to his right, Nava, not even getting close, and he has tried at least 6 times to score here tonight, and at the 6th attempt, the defender scores his first goal of the season. Rodriguez finds the back of the net. That goal was worth double. Now Los Chamos find themselves trading 4-5.
Well, that is the talking point. I was just going to say, we're talking about Real Titan and how they haven't fared well against the bottom side teams. But guess what? We were right in the middle of a double goal period where had they scored, they took the lead. Here they go. Here they are. It's a really clean finish, too. Nicely tucked in to the corner. And all of a sudden, they're now back in control. What a game this has been.
Well, they've used their card. They've used it well, that weapon. So often we see weapons, well, they fail to score when you choose a star player or take full advantage when you play with an extra man. But here, scored. It's worth 2. From trailing, they now lead, but... And there's a bit of afters there. Well, I think Maldonado caught Rodriguez. Then Rodriguez complained, and as they tussled again, Giancarlo just lashed out. Now, watch here. Here. I mean, I think the players rolled over too many times for it to be a serious injury. But a bit of tension there. A lot at stake. Raul Titan come forward once more. Pedraza just runs into a dead end. And able to keep hold of possession, able to string 2 or 3 passes together. Los Chamos. They'd worked so hard to get back into this game and take the lead. Oh, the keeper just keeps it out. Struck with plenty of venom. Down low. That's a really decent stop. And this time over the bar. Oh, Irving, Zurita.
Well, they're making as many different efforts as they can to pepper the net. You've got just a couple of minutes here, Eric, and then once we get to that point where we're at the 38-minute mark, just like the last game, this one's going to carry with it its own set of drama.
Well, I mean, looking at how much time is left, surely Los Chamos have a penalty card. Well, let's see.
You have to think that would be the case, a penalty or a shootout.
Prodded forward. Nicely brought down by Rodriguez. And just pushed behind again. And the referee allowing the advantage after Trejo was scythed down outside the box. And a corner kick which they take quickly. Struck first time, blocked. And Calvo goes down, but no free kick. And that's a lunge, and it's late. And that's going to be a booking. And you can see the frustration straight away. Rodriguez fuming at his teammate. That has to be a yellow card.
Oh, they've been absorbing so much pressure now.
Come on, referee.
Los Chamos, just breaking out of it has made it difficult.
How did the referee not show a yellow card or book the player? I mean, this referee, I have to say, yesterday kept his cards in his pocket way too often. There are some nasty challenges going in. He had to be told by VAR on several occasions to go and review the challenge. It wouldn't surprise me if once again the referee has to go and take a look at this challenge.
Well, that sound signals something different.
We're going to see the weapon, but I still think that has to be a booking. Well, let's see what the weapon card is. They've opted to use it with just over 2 minutes remaining. Bureco was the player who was caught. It was a high challenge above the ankle. Well, they're allowing that challenge to go unpunished. No attempt to play the ball. Just looking to cut short a possible counterattack. And Giancarlo Maldonado is lining up for a shot.
Yeah, this is actually a good call. Put all of your might into it and then see if it goes out of play. Yep.
Now he hit it well enough.
It says penalty. Do we know that already, or was that a slip-up? A Freudian slip of the graphic.
Yeah, penalty. Well, the penalty now to tie proceedings at 5-5. No surprise to see Giancarlo Marlena, who scored in the first half. He will take this spot kick. Now he hit it hard, slightly off centre. Will he look to put it in the same place? Will he change his spot kick? Will he wait for the keeper to dive? Now his first penalty came against Cruz. Now Lascari is a very tall, imposing goalkeeper. Maldonado for 5-5, and that's another excellent penalty. Buried into the bottom corner. 5-5 into the final 2 minutes.
Hope you like golden goal, Eric, because that's where we're headed.
It was so important to put that penalty away. We saw plenty of late drama in the previous game. 3-3 went to a penalty shootout. It's 5-5. Gol de oro. Your golden goal. Something we used to see in football. We get it here when teams are tied. Final 2 minutes. Now, what do? Do you sit back, soak up pressure, look to score on the break? Do you just throw players forward, hoping you score that goal?
I think it depends who you are based on who these two teams are. If you're Los Aliens, you've built up your entire season on being stout defensively first. I think that's most important, although Los Chamos will likely be more willing to give them the ball. But it is Pretitan who need to be careful not to turn the ball over at the inopportune time. One goal now changes the game, makes all the difference.
We're into the final 2 minutes. Again, the players in the goal. Again, we get the F1 lights. Big sprint. This time you want to get there first. You don't want to start too early. You want to make sure you also knock the ball back, and the players seem to set off early. The back heel. Stolen. A chance here. Well, that was clever play. And then the foul. And I think that from the floor, Maldonado got a kick. And you can see how upset he is. Oh, he's taken the ball. Giancarlo Maldonado. Well, I have to say, sometimes we see players down, play acting. I don't think there was much in it, but there was a bit of a, just lashing out slightly, catching Giancarlo Maldonado, who doesn't take any prisoners.
Pretty nasty collision there. Hard to say upon the first viewing whether or not there was anything out of line from either player. But
want to see a replay. Love to see a replay, but we don't get that replay. The game continues.
Appear to have made
play forward. Involved in every single fracas. Giancarlo Maldonado got a little nudge from Rodriguez as the ball was played forward. Nothing illegal. But still upset. Maldonado. No trip. Well, the referee then blows his whistle. They look to take it quickly. And they take it too quickly. And they lose the free kick. Pedraza. Hernandez. Pedraza's in the box on this far side. Also calling for the ball. Hernandez. Oh! That's a wonderful goal! Well, with the outside of his left boot. A rather nonchalant flick. Catching the keeper, scurrying across his goal, looking to cover his near post, and that's the finish you need to do. You head the ball or finish or shoot back the way the cross comes, and that's exactly what we saw. And the golden goal onside. That is one fine finish. Pedraza, with a deft touch, has clinched a win. Again, Real Titan have won a game by just one goal.
Of course they have, and if you're going to win any game by just one goal, might as well be a goal like that. My goodness, that is absolutely brilliant. And it's a deserving winner in a game that deserved a winner.
No sé qué opinan ahí. Bueno,
really good game.
Por el partidazo a todos.
Congratulations. You played excellent. Incredible. Until the very last moment. It was difficult to breathe, but now, wow, I'm going to breathe. Take a deep breath. We have lots of faith and belief, but it wasn't enough. We play so well, but in those last minutes, in those final minutes, we just can't quite hack it. If you look at the games and just take out the final 5 minutes of matches, we would be in the top 3. And he has a point. Los Chamos would be a top 3 side if it weren't for all the late goals they've conceded. Well, look how the players are celebrating. Another big win for the leaders, who have cemented their place at the top of the table. It wasn't easy against second from bottom Los Chamos, as we look at some of the highlights from this entertaining game. Now Los Chamos scored early, taking the lead. Ayala. Pau Cruz, the goalkeeper, leveled. Guzman and Trejo scored in back-to-back minutes, though Vizcarra also scored twice to make it 3-3. Giancarlo Maldonado scoring 2 penalties, but with the final kick of the game, when it counted the most, with the golden goal, Christopher Pedraza with an excellent finish. And now we turn to Game 3, Galacticos against Olimpo United. We're just checking on the rosters of these two teams, Olimpo United and Galacticos. The players will be out here shortly. Galacticos del Caribe, 10th at the start of play.
Sin embargo, Galácticos del Caribe, su rival de hoy, no lo hizo. ¿Qué tendremos el día de hoy? Es todo un misterio. Un misterio, pero ustedes pueden hacer su apuesta directamente.
Their opponents,
la que es apuesta oficial de la Kings
Olimpo, looking to, well, make up some lost ground. They have improved of late, and they could, well, end the weekend second in the standings. Currently third. They do have West Santos, Raniza, Muchachos, and Persas just 1 point behind. All the players getting ready now for this next match. Having seen Real Titan improve to 21 points in the standings, be interesting to see how the rest of the teams look to try and catch up with the leaders, because right now Real Titan are going to be the top seeded side in the post-season. As for Los Chamos, well, disappointing that outcome, just 6 points. Now tied with Los Aliens, who play later on tonight. But they've lost the opportunity to climb into mid-table, Los Chamos. Parceros, Galacticos de Caribe just above Los Chamos, but here Galacticos de Caribe could boost their playoff hopes. Currently 10th, but if they win and results elsewhere go their way, they could end today mid-table.
Well, the time has come, Eric, and these two gentlemen on the left are two of our favorites. Los Futbolitos, Galacticos del Caribe, the Dominican Republic, and what a fun side they are. Despite the fact that Galacticos have had it tough as of late, they haven't brought home as many wins as they'd like to.
Hemos estado mostrando muchísimo más cosas durante el torneo que de los resultados se nos han dado. Por eso estamos ahí.
On the other side for Olimpo, Alejandro, or Chicharito's team, saying that they've been demonstrating a lot more throughout the course of the last couple of match days.
Mira, no.
So it will be Olimpo, who indeed have demonstrated quite a bit. So much so that they started this match day tied for second in the table. We are just about ready for our third kickoff of the day. And this is our first voting poll. It isn't a full 100% to 0. We've got 86 and 14. Still a bit lopsided there, Eric.
Well, Galacticos still clear favourites against Olimpo. I'm quite surprised that Olimpo only getting 18%. They do have a very talented team, and they are currently third, or started match day third. So they, well, maybe there's some injury news or some last minute signings that might tilt the balance in the favour of Galacticos, but I'd be surprised if Olimpo don't take the win home by the end of play today.
The two sides have drawn their secret weapons, and we are just about ready for our third meeting. We're getting a good look there at the man who they call Julio Torres, the Galacticos keeper, who's opted to pull his hair back today. It's all about anticipating whether or not you can come out and grab that first drop of the ball, and we are underway, and it is Olimpo whose first effort is saved. That is Jacob Morales. Ends up giving the ball back to Morales, who gets to take it out from his own half. Here he is again against the 1v1 of Galacticos. Morales thought he could go to his right-hand side. That got taken away by Galacticos' number 8, who's appeared to have beaten Morales and now wants to get beyond him. Beg your pardon, I said 8. Talking about Brian Hernandez. the number 9 as we see Los Futbolitos.
See very few goals when there's just one outfield player against one. Normally the goals come in this scenario when goalkeepers now play as an outfield player.
So it is Hernandez out with Rafael Gonzalez and the keeper Ricardo Ferriño. Ferriño walks it in. Hernandez. There's no rush for Galacticos in this moment. Ferriño from distance, not too far off.
Well, so often we see those shots from outside the box. Very rarely do they find the back of the net. Especially in these opening stages. 3-on-3, shortly in 10 seconds, be 4-on-4.
Juan Jimenez is the keeper for Olimpo, otherwise known as Juan Pablo. This is Morales. You can see he wants to go to his right. Now he'll take what he's given and he rings the crossbar as 2 more members make their way onto the pitch.
Well, some strike. Got plenty of power into that shot. Just banged off the bar. And really unfortunate not to take the lead.
Olimpo's turn with Mario Osuna. You can see that Olimpo are in no rush to facilitate the ball around their attacking half. Morales again. And his defender off guard a moment ago. Now it's Osuna from distance with a rocket. And Chicharito's side are excited about the beginning. He goes by the nickname Mono.
Osuna lets fly. That's a fierce shot on the 35-year-old to the delight of the former Real Madrid player. Has put Olimpo ahead.
Just 3 minutes in, and the side who started this match day tied for second can take full control of second place with a victory. Still a long way to go, obviously, in this game, but Real Titan picked up all 3 points late and in dramatic fashion. Now, Olimpo find themselves 9 points back of first place, and they're the only team that can keep the gap at 6 points between Titan and the top of the table.
Excellent goalkeeping. So quickly off his line. Has to be alert. That's why keepers, I think, are game changers here in this 7-a-side sport.
The offside imaginary flag comes into effect. Turnover brings it back to Olimpo. A surging run down the left-hand side. That's nicely done. A little double deflection for Jesus Perez. Ferriño with some necessary intervention.
That's a poor throw-in, but a good start to this game by Olimpo United. Galacticos stringing 2-3 passes together and ready to test the keeper, but there we go.
Yeah, that was a chance for Davis Junco. So full strength, and you will note that we do have presidential penalties in this third contest. Each side will have the opportunity to put an extra goal on the board at some point, a time of their choosing.
Very often we see them used very late on, or at least not in the opening minutes. Unless, of course, your team go 2 goals behind
and you try and get your side back into the contest.
So far, it has been one-way traffic for Olimpo United. Can Galacticos work their way into it? They're having difficulty just stringing a couple of passes together in the early stages. Salinas wide for the aforementioned Jesus Perez, who spins away from trouble. Jesus back into the middle. Olimpo are the only team, as mentioned, that can maintain their distance towards the top with Real Titan. Meanwhile, down towards the bottom of the table, it is Galacticos who hold that final position of the playoffs, the 10th place spot.
I'm sure we're going to see plenty of change in the standings.
Yeah, well, it's going to happen every week. 3 points clear of Los Chamos, 3 points clear of Los Aliens. And Los Chamos, of course, have already played today now, and they'll stay at 6 points. But Los Aliens will play our 5th game of the night when they take on West Santos.
A good tempo to this first half.
In order to work through this difficulty, I think Galacticos have to find a little bit more as they string their passes together. Goals have been very difficult for them. They are 3rd lowest in the Kings League Americas, 21 goals this year. That's been one of their issues. Brought back by Osuna. That's given away, but then won back again. Diego Vivian had to do his part that time to atone for his mistake. Here is Perez. Until he wants to put in a cross.
I'm seeing Olimpo very comfortable in possession. They just stroke that ball around. Don't need to take any risks. It's comfortable, but it's only 1-0. We've seen that even a 2-goal, even a 3-goal margin is never enough.
In comes the keeper intervention. And Galacticos have spent the first 9 minutes of this game frustrated.
Well, they haven't really produced anything in the final third of the pitch. They will get chances, no doubt. But Olimpo United are a team who have improved in the last 2 or 3 weeks. One of those sides, just like where Santos, Raniza, even Persas, who were bottom 3 weeks ago, who are now looking to qualify for the postseason.
Yeah, we have clubs that are getting better as the season goes along, and others who might be stagnating a little bit. Olimpo are really starting to find their rhythm, although this one is a chance that gets broken up by Rafael Gonzalez. Comes back to Olimpo,
Muchachos,
though, with a chance.
Ooh,
Perez looked like he was fouled. That was Eric Cerda. Head over heels in an effort to go downhill. And again, this is a problem for Galacticos. They're barely getting into their attacking half.
Well, that was a late challenge.
Gomez sandwich there between two players.
Chance, Olimpo make it 2. Marco Bueno is very bueno. He knows how to score. He is a 2-time game day MVP for Olimpo United, and he has put his team in front now by 2. Bueno scores give him now 8 goals on the season.
Well, poor marking, woeful marking, leaving the striker unmarked on the edge of the box. An easy finish. And now 2-0 up, just past the midway mark in this first half. And Galacticos' job has just got harder. But, like I said, we saw in one of the games earlier today that even a side trailing by 3-0, completely outplayed for 38 minutes, could still score 1 goal plus the goal that's worth 2 to tie things at 3-3. So Olimpo will have to be careful, not too cautious, but careful.
Well, just like that, if you're not careful, you could be bitten by a golazo bug. Cesar Bernal goes to collect a gem from Leandro Gomez. Oh my.
Well, the keeper was rooted to the spot. Just turned his head and watched the ball fizz past him.
And they were almost in for another opportunity, too. That is one of the goals of the night so far, no doubt. You have to stay on your toes because ball's just bobbling around in the midfield like it is now. If you're not careful, you could find yourself conceding a very quick, unexpected strike. We're seeing a lot more precision in attack on this back end of a back-to-back after the teams played yesterday rather than in defense. The defense is sloppy. The attack is not. They're just scoring at will. Olimpo make it 3-1. We'll see who ends up claiming it. It might have been Bueno again.
But I think the credit has to go to Jacob Morales there.
Yeah,
his turn and shot was saved.
Who set it up, and, well, good for Bueno. Right place, right time. He's got a brace.
Restoring that 2-goal lead. Just over 5 minutes left in this first half. And in just over 3 minutes, well, we'll be hitting that 18-minute mark. And, of course, the dice throw.
Trying to replicate greatness. A hole was almost just punctured in the back of the KL Arena.
Again, that was Osuna letting fly.
Don't forget, we still have 2 presidential penalties to come into this game. We've already got 4 goals through 15 minutes. This is the type of Kings League that we like.
Oh, we've seen some entertaining games. Tight. Games going to the wire. Even a penalty shootout in the first contest of this session.
Olimpo have another chance. Bueno seemed to lose it. Now it's Brian Hernandez the other way. Just not enough attacking firepower behind Galacticos. Their one goal was a straight-up golazo, but they need more of those, and those are harder to come by.
No real hurry, no urgency now about Olimpo's play. But they saw earlier that you've got to be tight defense. It was some goal, some strike that got Galacticos back into this game.
They're lucky to have avoided conceding a fourth. Galacticos. It's really nice link-up play again.
We're not on the same page. Several Galacticos players looking for that one-touch football through the middle. And apart from that shot from, just inside Olimpo's half, they've not created anything in the way of chances.
Well, they're trying to create more chances, Olimpo are, and they're really looking sharp, aren't they? This is what you were talking about, Eric. You've got to find a way to get back into the game. However, if you don't want to look at it that way, you can look at it on the other side. You're up 2 goals. Try to help yourself put the game away. We're going to see a presidential penalty first from the penalty side.
They missed one yesterday, and I wonder if the same person is going to come down and take the penalty. It wasn't Chicharito, it was his friend, Lorencito, who I believe has just left his seat, and he is coming to take the penalty. Now, his penalty was probably the worst penalty so far this season. He missed the target by about 4 yards to the left of the post. To the left of the... He dragged his shot. It was close to the corner flag, then to the post. It was awful.
Well, this has to be something.
Vamos, vamos, Loren. Bien, tómate tu tiempo, mi Loren. Muy bien, la va a meter Chat, la va a meter Chat. Chat, la va a meter Chat. Hoy la mente.
He's gonna score. He's gonna score, the words of Chicharito.
Muy bien. Venga, Lorencito, venga, Lorencito.
Ferrinho will try to keep this from becoming a 3-goal game. It is a penalty stopped by Ferrinho. It wasn't the best taken penalty. It was on target.
Lorenzo, güey.
Oh, he's telling you. I told you, wait for the keeper to make his move. At least this one was on target.
Now, sometimes we mention how you can try to put the game away. You can make it difficult on your opponents. Coming away and scoring a presidential penalty like that. But if you don't score, then all of a sudden the pressure gets put right back on you. And maybe they can carry that momentum, Galacticos. Perhaps into halftime. We have the 2-minute warning.
I was wondering whether or not they might take their penalty straight away to capitalize on the miss and look to make it a 1-goal game. Instead, they're hanging on to their penalty. As we move into the final 2 minutes, we're going to get a dive through. Now, hopefully, it's going to be a very low number.
You ask and you shall receive, Eric McGee. 2-on-2.
Well, perfect. Now, this normally leads to more space, of course, more chances, more goals. And it's a bit of a leveler as well because you can put out your best players. Now, you do get roll-on, roll-off substitutions. So you will see When teams have to defend, players come on, players come off. When teams have to attack, is a massive risk because you cannot have more than the allotted number on the pitch. And sometimes you'll be caught out with players coming off and on. There are players unmarked, and you end up conceding a goal.
Big swing with Olimpo up 2 to close out the first half. Morales seemed to get the head start. He's got the speed to get there first, and he does. He beats Pablo to the ball, and now it's time for the change. 2 on 2. No keeper for Olimpo, and there is a bulging wide open net for somebody to shoot. Oh, you got to take that shot. You've got to hit the shot. Jacob Morales does not miss for 1.
That was executed perfectly. The extra pass, just biding their time. 1-2, 1-2, and tucks it away. Really important also that switch, removing the goalkeeper, bringing on an outfield player, and making that more talented individual out on the pitch count in that 2-on-2 situation.
You've got to score in these situations. Now, in this case, you've got to stay on the side. That happened for Leandro Gomez. That's one that might get looked at before we restart play. He was trying to stay in that onside position. It sure looked like it was not as close as you think, and indeed, it's been confirmed right away. This is what happens in 2v2. It's just a barrage of goal scoring, and you've got to take your chances because they're easier to be to put them home just like that than to not score. If you don't score in 2v2, it's a story.
Well, unfortunate there, Ferrinho, who pulled off a good save. So unfortunate that the ball just dropped perfectly. And, well, oh, this is tough. The open goal. Oof.
Yeah, 5-2, and that is Mario Osuna who tried to feed the open goal. It's poor execution from Galacticos. Here comes the substitute. Looking for the cutback. Doesn't need to be that way. This is an easy effort on goal, but it's a chance that didn't come off.
Well, really, you've got to try and hit the target. Just put it between the sticks. That could have been 6-2. And probably game over.
But Galacticos get another crack at it, and a free shot. You've got to take that shot when it's there. Instead, Gomez passes it up. Here comes the effort on target. Davis Junco gets it back, and we're right where we started this 2v2. A 2-goal deficit for Galacticos.
6 seconds. Have they got time to score? 6 seconds.
Doesn't look like they will. That is the end of the half, and an 8-goal half at that. Olimpo looked the better side. They've got more goals, but both sides have had multiple goals to brag about. We still have 20 minutes to decide a winner.
Pues que los practique, a Loren, que esté más tranquilo. Pero bueno,
they're saying they practice. Not exactly sure what the question was about what it is they practice.
También creo que tenemos que saber manejar un poquito algunas decisiones dentro del campo que después a veces pueden perjudicar, pero creo que estoy muy contento, obviamente, y ojalá que la segunda mitad sea
igual. We're trying to work through some of the decisions that have to be made out on the pitch that earlier we didn't quite have answers to.
Sí, sí, la verdad que se había jugado muy bien Olimpo. Quería preguntar a Loren si practicó otra cosa anoche.
Saying we played really well in the first half. We have to look at a few other things heading into the second half.
Sí, Sí, no, sí, pronto iremos, bro. Pronto iremos. Nada, buen partido de Olimpo, pero nosotros vamos a remontar, se viene la remontada.
A beautiful game. We've enjoyed it. We're going to try and make our way back. We're going to look for the comeback. It's the only thing they can do, Galacticos. They've had a couple of comebacks this season. There's no reason why they can't do it again tonight.
I think if you look back at that miss by the goalkeeper, that shot, they had two options. Take that shot and score, or just take possession and make sure you have the final shot of the first half. Instead, they missed, and Galacticos scored.
So the secret weapon comes out at the very beginning of the second half for Galacticos, which is something that might keep them in the game if indeed it is the star player, which it is. They have immediately decided that
use it early.
Gomez is the guy. So his goals will count as double for the entirety of the second half, should he score. The ball will drop from a distance. Sorry, Eric, and will be underway.
Yeah, I like the first half. Yeah, for those who are wondering, it is 7 against 7 straight from the start of the second half.
Here we go. 5-3 for Olimpo. What is at stake in this game? Well, as far as the table is concerned, Olimpo can get back within 6 points of the top of the table. More importantly, they can jump into second place, which is what they would have for good, regardless of the other results tonight. And a 3-goal lead would certainly help their cause, although that was a misfire from Morales.
Oh, Jacob Morales really should have hit the target. How did he miss from there?
He was all alone, and he decided that he was playing rugby instead of football, tried to split the uprights.
Conversion.
That was more for you, Eric, out of respect, because I could have said American football, but, you know, that's here we are, playing a different sport.
Well, the extra point could have gone for 2 instead.
There it is. Corner for Olimpo. Ripped into the area, and it pops about. Ferreño is there.
Very interesting how the game is poised right now. It's a 1-goal game. Should, of course, Gomez score. It stays this way going into the final 2 minutes with that goal worth 2, the goal doble. Still a 1-goal game. Olimpo will have to be careful, but if they can score, then I think a 3-goal cushion could be enough. I was saying that in the previous game, and I was proved wrong.
Kept in play nicely. The chance brewing for Olimpo. The cutback, the cross, and the shot from Jesus Perez. Just wide in the end.
That was a slick move, wasn't it? Really slick move. Again, another good chance. Again, not testing the goalkeeper. Will they rue these misses, Olimpo?
Galacticos need a response. That could have been one, and the looks on the faces of los futbolitos sort of says it all.
Oh, David Junco. Not much backlift. Sees his shot. Bounce wide.
Back and forth we go. This has been a wide open affair, and Jesus Perez is going to make Chicharito very happy. 3-goal cushion, 6 3.
What a finish. Had to readjust his body and send it into the opposite corner. Not an easy shot to take on. Great technique. And I think along with Villa, the striker for Muchachos, Buena is up there with the best strikers in this division.
Do Galacticos have a response? It just doesn't look like it now. They look a little more defeated. Gomez, of course, can make it a lot more interesting if he scores one, because then that 3-goal deficit turns into just 1. They also have their presidential penalty to take.
I'm surprised they're waiting so long, trailing by 3 goals. They don't want to trade by 4.
Well, they will, and that is magisterial from Jacob Morales. He goes by the name Lobo, and he takes no prisoners. That is a goal with a spin move added on top of it, but it looks like it's not going to count.
Was it offside? Wants a challenge. VAR. Asking for VAR. Chicharito.
Chicharito saying that's the best goal of the week, but we're not going to get another look at it, and we might get a look at it after it's too late. It did look like
proud of that finish.
It did look like there wasn't a whole lot wrong with it, but we needed a better angle. It's just all going wrong so far for Galacticos. They have not been able to get in on this.
And it could have been much worse had that goal stood, like you said, Spence. But looks like we're not going to get the replay.
Lobo wanted to take another shot from distance. He was frustrated the other one didn't count. This is our official look.
Come on.
It's pretty obvious. He's offside, and Chicharito's not even looking. Or his screen is frozen, one or the other. Diego Castellanos, over and out.
Era el gol del pinche año.
I'm surprised they're not using their penalty yet, trailing by 3 goals. They've not yet found Gomez in any space. He's not had any chances to score that goal that's worth 2 to make it a 1-goal game. So you feel you need to come out, take the penalty, hopefully put it away, and then you're trailing by 2 goals. You're still in this contest.
Yeah, well, this is part of the problem with assigning the star player. We've seen that it very rarely helps your cause compared to some of the other.
Right. Yeah.
You know, you've got the shootout or the penalty from the spot. That those are a little bit more straightforward in trying to help you gain a goal or 2 on the scoreboard.
No, claiming there's a bit of time wasting going on there. It's been played in good spirits, this game. You know, you look at the previous matches, we've seen the odd pushing and shoving, some complaining, protesting, quite a few yellow cards brandished, but not in this third match.
No, you're absolutely right. Has been in good spirits. Although the spirits are fairly low right now for Galacticos. You can see them on the left-hand portion of your screen. They're not smiling and laughing the way Chicharito is.
Well, they've seen how teams around them 2 weeks ago are now in the top half of the table.
Oh, and there was a chance brewing for Olimpo, but they didn't take advantage of that one. Can you get Gomez the ball?
They've not been able to do that so far. It's been jinxed ever since he's taken over that armband.
Castellanos gives it away. We've said that a lot tonight, just giving the ball away, Galacticos. The 1-2s aren't really there either. It's just too difficult to link up in those tight spaces. Vivian.
And also, they're looking very good, Olimpo, with the ball.
Very comfortable in possession. Castellanos sends it wide. Here comes Carlos Valencia. Good first touch. Took him a bit astray. Osuna. It's a shot on target from distance. Decent effort that. Required a save from Ferrinho. It wasn't too difficult of a save to make, but it still needed intervening nonetheless. And that one, too, needs to be utilized as a save from the keeper to deny Osuna. And here comes the double goal scorer the other way. Gomez goes down just on the outskirts of the box. Of course, you'd want him, you'd love for him to draw the penalty so that he could take it, and it could be worth 2.
Oh, the referee is allowing play to flow. Now, we've seen a couple of strong challenges by either team. Now, again, will VAR take a look at that incident right on the edge of the box? The game paused, they've checked, and, well,
yeah,
play back underway. Nothing. Into the final 10 minutes.
And Olimpo looking for another golazo that would almost put this game on ice. You've still got the presidential penalty, but I have to say that Olimpo still have their secret weapon.
Olimpo in a really good position because the pressure will be on Galacticos to score that penalty. If they don't, well, morale will drop to a new low.
They would take a goal any way they could get it. Scrappy, if anything else. Rafael Gonzalez, not so much. Long faces for los futbolitos. Although getting a goal would change that. This time it was the effort from Junco.
Oh, set up invitingly for the number 11. Just unable to get his foot over the ball and keep it down.
Olimpo with this league. They won't be in any rush right now, but it is a lot harder to just trim time off the clock. You're better off just continuing to go for goals, putting the game away that way.
Or if you just try and sit back and defend, probably more likely to concede. Olimpo have looked good when they're, well, going forward, knocking the ball around, making their opponents do all the running, and still not using their penalty. And, well, as for the card that Olimpo might have up their sleeve, it could be the Simbin, 4 minutes. They'll probably wait until the 33rd, 34th minute to use the card.
As soon as you start creeping up towards the 36-minute mark, you're in dangerous territory, depending on what you have. If it is a card that lasts for 4 minutes, that's certainly the case. And they create another chance. Olimpo almost. Morales got the worst of it.
Oh, heavy touch. Junco. We have to race back again. And we're going to see the weapon.
The weapon will come in next, and it will actually come in now. After the ball that sails out of play, let's see what the team in the lead has to offer. It is a 4-minute double goal scenario, which doesn't really help them all that much compared to just about every other thing available in that bag, in that chest. But they'll take it, and a goal would, without question, end this game.
Oh, definitely. It will put the game to bed. If they're capable of scoring now in the next, 4 minutes, and even in the following 2 minutes, because, of course, the final 2 minutes will also see goals worth double.
Or a goal that's worth double for Galacticos. Well, they're not quite there yet, but they'll take the double goal from Gomez to bring them right back into this game. Look out.
Oh, Gomez with an excellent finish. Now, they went to sleep. They left him unmarked, and they left the worst player they could have left unmarked completely free. And that's a good goal, and now it's just one goal in it.
That's the same concept we were talking about just a few minutes ago from the other matchup. It has nothing to do with the score itself, because as we get another look at Gomez's goal, there he is, unmarked, gets a chance on goal, and takes it. Really well done. It's not like the 3-0 lead that we saw earlier, but from 6-3 to 6-5, things might get a little more complicated now.
Now, if you look at the score, you're going to see there's a penalty now. So they've waited until it's a 1-goal game. They're using their penalty, and it's going to be from the halfway line.
Rafa Gonzalez with the biggest moment of the match thus far. Just before we get to the 2-minute warning, this to level the game. He didn't realize that the timer was going off. Now he's got to shoot late, and he scores late! Oh, wow! That came out of nowhere because he was about to be stuck. And Rafa scores, and we are level at 6 apiece.
Well, 3 goals in the space, or 2 goals, but worth 3 in the space of 60 seconds. All square. Now, still 3 minutes, 39 seconds. Olimpo, if they score, it will be worth 2. Now, if you include the final 2 minutes plus any added time, any goal they score from now until the end of the match will be worth 2.
Will be worth 2, or potentially just end the game. We could have another potential golden goal scenario. I mean, Galacticos were fully out of this game, and Olimpo were in complete control, and we haven't seen much of Chicharito's face since Galacticos got back into the game.
Since that goal was chalked off for offside.
Oh, big save. A big save from Farinho. I believe that was indeed Rodolfo Salinas with the shot that forced a save out of Farinho. Rodo heads over to the corner to take one. Set up nicely. Good effort from Jesus Perez. He spins to shoot. He's asking for a handball. That's not coming at the moment. Galacticos coming the other way. It's still Galacticos looking for the cutback, and it's sent over the bar by Rodo in an effort to clear. Corner coming.
Oh, I'm not too sure he didn't score. Sliding in, 2-3 yards out, able to keep it down. It wasn't an easy chance to score, but still, that could have ended up anywhere. Here, look.
I beg your pardon. I thought that was just helped out of the way by Rolo, but in fact, it was touched last by a player on Galacticos, and now we're just about 25 seconds away from another golden goal.
Can Olimpo snatch it here?
Could they win it late? Not that time. Final 10 seconds before we get to that golden goal spot. It's going to come now. Who would have thought that we'd be here? 6-6.
Oh, 6-3. Had a goal ruled out for offside. It was marginal. It was tight. Probably the right decision. And then somehow they picked themselves up, dusted themselves down, got back into this game. It's 6-6. We had a 3-3 golden goal. It's now 6-6. 12-goal thriller. Now, will we see a golden goal?
So, just 10 seconds before we restart in this 2-minute warning. Players got to hustle. I don't know why they're taking their sweet old time. This is going to go to the 5-second start off. You got to get there quickly. Here we go. No false start, but this time it looks like Olimpo got there first. They did. Here we go. Golden goal. Next goal wins between Galacticos and Olimpo United. Olimpo dominated this game. Nicely laced across the center by Vivian.
Just too far in front of Bueno. Bili's man just threw himself out the ball. Was never going to get there. I was surprised how they can leave a player like Bueno unmarked in the penalty area.
We said it in the first half, but we'll have to say it again here for the second. Not exactly sure how much stoppage time we're going to get in a game that's featured, we'll call it 12 tallies. Maybe not 12 times that the ball has hit the back of the net, but 12 goals one way or another. All it takes is one now. One to win it. Vivian into the middle. It goes! And that's the ball game. Marco Bueno has his hat trick.
Well, it might be offside. They're appealing for offside.
Chicharito is the one saying Look. It. He's not celebrating, and there's the flag. They were all celebrating the players. Chicharito seemed to know it.
Well, they're going to have to check this one because it was close before, and this looked very tight indeed. Good finish, though, Bueno.
Confirmed, it would appear.
I have my doubts. I think Bueno is on some. Oh! But no, we can't see the ball coming in, though. When was the ball played?
Yeah, it's very close. It does look like no matter what, though, he's leaning just enough to confirm.
Well, two very tight decisions going against Olimpo. 2 goals rolled out in similar fashion.
I'll feel hard done by. Of course, the clock stopped after the goal, but it did stop a little late.
I mean, I need to see that again from a different angle. We can get a clear view of the pass, when the pass is made, when Bueno makes his run. But it seems like that review was good enough, and the goal doesn't stand.
Now, that was pretty obvious. I think in the end, it just wasn't marginal enough, and it looks like, barring something spectacular in the next minute, we're headed to our second shootout of the night. Final question is, how many added minutes? There are 2. That's enough time for a winner for either side. Is there a winner in it for Olimpo? That effort took a deflection and then rattles off the post. Chance is still there for Olimpo. They've got to be careful, though, not to get hit on the counter.
Well, so much late drama. Still have a minute left.
Ferrinho wants to take the sting out of the final moments of this game. Hard to blame him.
Well, living a charmed life. Those 2 goals chalked off. And the ball hitting the post.
Well, they might be called into action further if we don't have a goal in the next minute. Of course, that can change. Galacticos could win it right here. It was not a foul. A legal challenge, but that's a giveaway.
Or can they steal it here at the end, Galacticos? They just need to keep hold of possession and try and have the last shot of the game.
It just seems like a shootout is the most likely of the scenarios here. They seem to be somewhat resigned to it now. If there's a winner, it's got to come right here towards the end.
The final few seconds. Look like Spurs heading to a second penalty shootout.
It would appear that we are. So 42 minutes is just not enough to separate these two sides, so we'll have to go right back to the spot from the center circle, count down to 5, close our eyes, and just hit the ball somewhere.
Well, in the previous shootout of the penalties taken, only 3 found the back of the net.
Y aunque consigamos el punto extra, teníamos la oportunidad de irnos a segundo lugar y ya no podemos.
Chicharito saying even if we win in the shootout, we had the opportunity to go second, and we're not going to be able to do that, to go second by ourselves.
Yo lo que voy a celebrar la victoria en los shootouts. A mí no me sirve el empate. Vamos a ganar los shootouts.
Uy, que no se ve cuando sale el balón. No se ve cuando sale el balón.
Yeah, Chicharito is trying to say we didn't see the ball come out. We didn't see when the pass was made, which is what you said, Eric, but it looks like offside was in the cards regardless.
La verdad que los últimos 5-10 minutos fuimos superiores. De hecho, creo que nos pudimos ir con la victoria. Así que nada, a ver qué pasa en los shootouts.
Hay que ganar los shootouts.
Another game going to be decided by that penalty shootout where keepers are key. Now, will Ferrinho go in goal? Will Torres be called upon for the penalty shootout? He's a slightly more athletic goalkeeper than Ferrinho, but he was dropped after a disappointing performance yesterday, Torres. But he's he's a spring chicken. He's 22. Ferrinho's only 32, but still, Torres is more athletic. And as for Olimpo, do you put Mateos or Juan Jimenez between the sticks? And also, who are the players who are going to step up and shoulder responsibility in this penalty shootout?
Well, sometimes we do see teams swap out keepers for a so-called specialist. That particular scenario looks less likely tonight.
Also, who goes first? I mean, do you prefer going first? You put your penalty away, then pressure on your opponents.
Well, it was the number 10 for Galacticos, who essentially got us into this position. Without his double goal, we are not where we are. But we will have 5 shootout penalties on each side. We'll see if we can't find a winner for you.
I think Olimpo United have the more experienced players, the better penalty takers. As for goalkeepers, well,
here we go. It begins with Olimpo. It is Jesus Perez. He tried to go around the keeper. Ferrinho is going to help him up after stopping Perez. Olimpo denied.
And Ferrinho just telling his opponent, don't dive. So, a missed opportunity for Olimpo. Now Rafa
Chance
scored
now
a penalty.
falls to Rafael Gonzalez. 5 seconds to release the shot, and that is a big spread from Jimenez. Juan Pablo, 0-0 still.
A 26-year-old getting down very well indeed. Well, both teams missing their first 3 penalties in the earlier shootout today.
Here comes Jacob Morales, the man known as Lobo. Can he get Olimpo on the board first? Absolutely not. Ferrinho is a wall.
Well, Olimpo United could have moved up to second in the table. They could end today as low down as 8th.
Those are the margins right now. Galacticos' turn. Brian Hernandez. That's just not going to work.
I'm sure, you know, the teams do practice these penalties in training.
Oh for 2, 0 for 2. Up next, Diego Vivian. Got to find a way to close down the right angle and beat the keeper. Just hasn't happened yet. So the same story as what we had in the first shootout. Nobody scored yet through 5 rounds. Nobody scored through 7 rounds in that one. Then we had 3 in a row. Abner Monreal. Abner cannot get it beyond Juan Pablo, and we are 0 for 6.
Well, such credit to the goalkeepers who have pulled off very good saves. I mean, these penalties are on target. They're not easy. They're looking for the corners, and yet the keepers are making themselves look big. Now, this man you would expect to score.
Well, he's scored a number of times already today. He's won an MVP of the week once this year. 2-time game MVP, Marco Bueno. They could really use his boot to get this ball in the back of the net. Bueno is on the run. He is not going to get there.
Well, Ferrinho's done his homework. Clearly.
Done his homework and kept it much more difficult for Olimpo to get even now a second point out of this, let alone all
Identical
3. That's not going to happen.
To the first game. Identical. 7 first missed penalties.
Well, this was the one that was scored, and that's how it works. Eric Pablo Samano puts Galacticos in front by a goal.
Well, straight down the middle. In the previous matchup, in a shootout, the last 3 penalties were all scored. Now, pressure on Chema. Has to score.
It's gotta be, or else this contest is over. Chema to stay alive, and he pushes it wide. Galacticos come back from the depths and win this one in penalty shootout style.
Oh, dramatic finale, and a team that looked dead and buried somehow have clinched the win in the shootout. Just look at those faces. They can't quite believe what's happened.
Yeah, the happy faces of Galacticos del Caribe, the long face of Chicharito, who thought that his team had 3 points wrapped and delivered. Instead, that was not the case. Look at that, 35 shots for Chicharito's side. 6.7 expected goals, over 4 more than Galacticos. They outplayed them the entire night, but that's just football. That's the Kings League. Proud of the team. Congrats. And Pablo making a couple of stops. Good game.
Pues mira, así se explica sin demeritar lo que hicieron los guardianes. Hay partidos en donde la remontada es porque el equipo que remonta juega mejor, y hay otras remontadas donde el equipo que va ganando juega muy mal. Y así fue. Y en la primera parte...
There are some games where the comeback happens because the team deserves the comeback. There was there are other times when the team that was leading played poorly. That's what happened today.
Y le dimos mucho pie a los Galácticos de que regresaran. Yo siempre se lo dije a Loren en la ver, hay clips que lo dije en la transmisión, que este equipo era muy peligroso. Y vean,
I've been saying, based on what we've seen, that Galacticos are a dangerous team.
Felicidades.
But congratulations.
Ganamos, Chicha. Adiós, Loren.
No ganaron. Empataron.
Ganamos, Chicha. Ganamos.
He's saying we won, and Chicharito saying, no, you didn't win, you drew. 2 points. That's what we love about these presidents. They like to get into it when they're in disagreement, which clearly they are in right now. One team is salty about losing in penalty shootout style, and the other is very pleased with their performance. 2 points that pull them further into the playoff picture. That is it for matchup number 3. We'll have the 4th coming your way next. Our next game on the slate, Muchachos FC and Raniza. That's coming up next. We'll be back in just a moment.
All set for our next game here. Muchachos, a team sliding down the standings. Now, they have lost their last 3 matches, and they're taking on a side, Raniza, who are tied with Muchachos in the table on 11 points. Raniza, Muchachos, a game that will see one side potentially end the day in the top 4, and the other could be hovering just above the bottom 2. Now, with Galacticos del Caribe winning in a penalty shootout, they will move above their current position in 10th. Los Chamos and Los Aliens are the 2 teams currently bottom of the table, though Los Aliens still have a game to play. Here we can see Los Muchachos against Raniza, but first a word from our sponsors.
Sí, señor, son 2 equipos que suman 11 puntos en la clasificación, y ya sabes, en Sportium.com, la casa oficial de apuestas.
You're saying the 2 teams are tied in the table?
El código KINGS recibe una apuesta gratis.
Oh, Muchachos. Can they stop the rot? Can they improve after those disappointing performances? They were tipped for great things, but it all went wrong 3 weekends ago. They were unlucky, losing perhaps a game they deserved to win. 4-5 to West Santos. 24 hours ago, Muchachos were beaten by Persas 3-1. And the weekend before that, well, again on the losing side. So, Muchachos, can they beat a side that started the season with some mixed results, but we've seen Raniza improve, and a team who beat Persas 2-1 to start that climb up the standings. And they followed that victory with probably their best performance of the season so far, thrashing Galacticos Parceros 7-3. In the last outing, they were very unfortunate, yet still, I think that this team are going to be in the top 4. Now, they're not favourites according to the people voting in the poll. 73 was dropped to 63%. 37% see Raniza as favourites in this middle of the table clash. Now, for Raniza, Arias has always been the player starting, the number 22, a live wire, plenty of pace, probably lacks finishing when he plays in midfield or at the back. As for Muchachos, now they were without Villa, their best player, a striker 42 years old, in the game yesterday. Eric Beda, the number 17, is always the player who starts the game. Tough tackling, no nonsense defender. Has a decent shot on him too. Well, handshakes. Hopefully the man in the middle has a good game also. I have to say, been impressed by the refereeing so far. There were some tough calls to make in the previous game with those marginal offside calls, but they were both correct. Now we see the cards being collected. We'll find out in the second half what those cards, those weapons are. So getting ready for the kickoff. Raniza against Muchachos. There's the countdown to the start of this fourth game here in Mexico. Kings League Americas. We're nearing the end of the season. It's flown by. At stake, not just pride. Several teams will qualify not just for the playoff, but also for the upcoming World Cup to be held here in Mexico. Veda hovering on the line. The ball drops, and Veda set off slightly too early, and he's being punished. Well, possession for Raniza, and no surprise. Arias starting for Raniza, and Veda for Muchachos. Now, Arias was all the pace, and Veda all the experience. Tame shot. Straight at Veda. Currently 1 versus 1, and just under 30 seconds. Another player will join either side. 2v2 is in outfield players, plus the goalkeepers. Arias will look to work it onto that right foot if possible. Arias. Better knows exactly where Arias wants to go. Just hustling his opponent. And Arias in the end just runs out of steam. Well defended by Eric Beda.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's a really good example. You said speed versus experience. Eric Beda defended that perfectly. That's the experience winning against the speed on this occasion.
Oh, I was saying Arias has everything apart from the finishing. Whoa! And the keeper is rooted to the spot. And Hugo Murga just watches it bounce wide. Murga, probably one of the best goalkeepers in the division, and has a decent shot on him too. Ten seconds. 2 more players will enter the fray. And that is the finishing you get from Arias. Vera wants the keeper to take a few steps forward. Eric Vera thinks about taking a shot from distance. Vera's still hovering on the edge of the box. Vera dinks it forward. And the keeper, Morgan, again with an excellent save now, looking to break the early shot. And in the end, backtracking. A simple save. Well, no goals as we approach the 3-minute mark. Another shot from distance, and again kept out.
That one had to be kept out with his legs. Nothing else he could have done.
Well, we've seen some tight games so far here in this session. And quite a few goals too. Barcelos 3, Peluche Caligari 3, 6-5 Real Titan defeating Los Chamos, and 6-6 a shootout, which Galacticos de Caribe ended up winning. As that crosses the face of goal. Again, nobody on the end.
Well, this is where we see what Muchachos are made of in this game, because you mentioned it earlier, Eric. Raniza have been outstanding lately, but it's a what have you done for me lately type of league, because we've only got 4 match days left. It's got to be done now.
Or make or break. This is when teams aren't just jostling for possession. They're looking to, if you can end the season on the high. Sometimes the team that sneaks into the playoff on the final weekend have that momentum and can go all the way. And sometimes a team that's been up there the whole time lack that drive. And sometimes a bit of complacency also. Murga just throws it out short. Now, we've seen quite a few new signings in the last few days, and, well, Muchachos signed Brian Alcanta, a goalkeeper. No Colagrossi and no Orozco in goal for Muchachos. Bold move by Hero Freixas, the president. Rebollar. Yael Rebollar able to find his teammate in the middle. Just over 5 minutes gone in this first half. Juan Rojo looking for the 1-2. That was on his weaker side. Poor control, how to play a goal kick. Brian Alcanta is pretty decent with his feet. Maybe one of the reasons why Muchachos opted to bring in the goalkeeper. Something that both Orozco and Colagrossi have struggled with. Playing the ball out from the back with the feet. The cross smacks against Barak. Well, took that full on in the face. And the game stopped, and the clock should also be stopped too. There's an injury to the player.
Oh, yeah, that's painful.
That must have stung.
That will be felt more in the morning.
Oh, smack on the eye. Hopefully he doesn't wear contacts, because if he does, that's going to be very, very painful indeed. Well, you can see starting to swell up. Very red, that side of the face.
He's tough.
Oh.
He'll work his way through
he's
it.
tough, yeah. Rebollard, good to go. Wants to stay on the pitch. As we approach the 7-minute mark, of course, we're going to see a bit of added time at the end of this first half. Remember, 2 20-minute periods. No goals yet. Wayward. Martinez. Well, the first time I saw the frog, it was a frog. Now they've multiplied. There were 2 yesterday, now there's 3.
I mean, they must not be selling out at whatever version of Walmart they're at, because if we're seeing more and more frogs, or maybe it's just, pretty late in the night and you and I are starting to see double. I don't know.
No, I had a double take. I checked again. There's definitely 1 extra frog than yesterday. Just strokes it into the back of the net. And that's a wonderful goal. And taking a massive risk. Brian Alcanta coming off with his line. Now, he was signed to play the ball out from the back, not make any mistakes. But with an empty goal to aim at, Martinez just picks his spot from the halfway line and strokes it over the goalkeeper. And Raniza have scored first, and almost again.
And these are the kinds of mistakes, Eric, that have been costing Muchachos all season long. They've had a lot of problems in that respect.
But they've brought in a new goalkeeper to stop that.
But just trying to get the little things right. You do those little things right, and maybe you've got a better shot, but just has not gone their way this year.
Well, that was late. Hernandez bringing down Arias. One of the easiest goals as well. Martinez will score.
Yeah, you say that, but if he's out there for the 2v2, I would beg to differ.
Keeper this time redeems himself. Now Franco Codagrossi still on the roster. The one who has been dropped is Orozco. So Orozco is a healthy scratch. I wonder if it's just a move short term, or will they stick with Brian Alcantara? Or will Orozco get back on the roster ahead of next week's game? I think it kind of depends on the performance of Brian Alcantara. One good save, a couple of mistakes, and one has cost Muchachos a goal.
There's still a lot of time in this game to make your mark.
And an inviting cross, but too far in front of his teammate. He made that run to the far post. Really impressed by Obed Martinez yesterday. He was up and down the pitch, on for almost the entire 40 minutes. So I don't think we'll see too much of him here. With these matches less than 24 hours apart. Murga, who was man of the match in yesterday's game for Raniza. Arias looking for the 1-2. Instead, one back by Lua. Rebollar in the middle. Unmarked.
Nicely.
And saved by Murga. We're looking for Pablo Ut. He couldn't really generate enough power to test Murga.
It's one you definitely have to take. You would have perhaps wished to see him put a little bit more power behind the header to give himself a chance to beat the keeper. Hold on.
Offside. More power, or if he can't generate enough power, head it into the ground. Head it down low. Let it bounce back up again. It's always difficult for a goalkeeper if it bounces just before him. Or you head it back across the face of goal and look for a teammate. If you're not going to generate enough power, and it's waste if you just knock it down to the goalkeeper. 1-0, Raniza deservedly lead, but there have been very few chances in this first half. Defence is definitely on top. As the cameraman here gets a bit of a whack.
Ooh, we're coming into your living room on all cylinders this weekend, huh?
Yeah, the camera back on its tripod. Hopefully it's okay. And hopefully the player's okay too, because that was some knock. The cameras are made of tough material. But yeah, both players back on the pitch. Little nudge off the ball. I think just seeing that ball all the way through to the keeper, it took a bit of a risk. Lua. Cardenas hugging this right-hand touchline. Alcántar. And wasted.
So far, the one chance that's been taken has come off of that mistake, and I'm guessing that with the amount of fear that both teams seem to be playing with right now, another mistake might be in the cards.
They're playing cautiously. Both teams not committing too many players forward in this first half. As Veda wants to take this throw in. Waits for movement ahead of him. Just down the line. Looks again a few yards. Hooked towards goal. And was it a foul on Pablo Hut? Now the whistle didn't go. A player is down though. And it's Raniza's Arias.
That's the type of foul that we're going to need a second look on just to see exactly what level of contact occurred. But those are the tough ones, those 50-50s.
Oh, still down. Arias, the 24-year-old, as the physio comes on. Let's see it here. Well, maybe a clumsy challenge. Hernandez on Arias. Second time he's being caught by Hernandez in this first half. Some players just taking a cooling break. Approaching the 15-minute mark in the first half. Raniza still lead by a 1-0. Scored by Martinez from the halfway line. And that goal on 8 minutes. The only goal of the game so far. Again, the keeper comes out. Vera. Back to Alcántar.
I've seen that that's what Muchachos likes to do. They like to incorporate that 7th player.
Well held by Murga. Safe pair of hands. Hugo Murga. Long throw out. That's wonderful control. Burke Ochoa just plucked the ball out of the air with his chest. They opt to play it back, keep hold of possession. Raniza. And then that pass. Again looking for the striker Ochoa, but better allowing it to run through to the keeper. One back by Martinez. Ochoa. Martinez. Right footed. Drops to Arias. Still Arias. Oh, dispossessed by Cárdenas. In under 2 minutes, the game clock will be stopped and we'll get the dice through.
Oh, nicely.
How many players we're going to see this game end in the first half? Earlier it was 5v5. We'd love to see 2v2.
The dice throw is one thing, but keep in mind too, Eric, that these two teams need to utilize those presidential penalties at some point. And when we had a 12-goal game, the presidential penalties meant less. A game like this, they mean an awful lot.
We'll see if the president will come out and take the penalty. Now, Hero Freixas missed one yesterday for his team. And the whistle goes now, holding Vera. Now he's complaining that it was the striker had his arms wrapped around him.
That's usually the case.
It's a free kick in a great
usually
position.
Not wrong, but you like to give the benefit of the doubt to the attacking player when you can. Although in that case, I don't see it, I have to say.
Yeah, that was very, very little contact. I don't think it was enough for a free kick, but there is a free kick. The whistle went, and it's right in the centre now. Probably too close to get it over the wall, back under again into the back of the net. They need to take this quickly. 4 or 5 seconds, and they do, but it's floated over the bar. And then we hit now the 18-minute mark, and we're going to get a dice through. We're going to find out how many players are going to have to vacate the pitch. Hopefully 2 against 2. Now you can see we've not seen a 1v1 for either Muchachos or Raniza, or 4v4 if you are a Muchachos fan. 33% 1v1, 33% 2v2. As for Raniza, they have, well, 50% of the time 5v5. That is half their matches. Hopefully it's not 5v5. Well, there you go. It's now higher than 50%.
You walked right into that one, man.
Yeah, definitely. Commentators curse again. Raniza now in just over half their games, and there is a dice through in every single match on the 18-minute mark. Well, in over 50%, it's 5v5. I wonder what the probability of that is. Well, the players getting into possession. Another wacky kickoff. A set of footballers starting from behind their goal line before charging towards the centre. Get there first, Muchachos. Doing well to outsprint Arias, who is penalised for a foul.
Well, goals we have not had.
Oh,
almost.
I think Murga got a touch. Murga got a touch on that shot. That is some save. Better. And away. An important clearing header. Well, Muchachos look closer to a goal in these final 2 minutes. Better.
Need to pick up the pace.
And this time better. Missing the target. That was Gerardo Lugo with the effort from outside the box. Murga taking his time. Well, nice bit of skill, bit risky. Arias. Have to be careful not to lose possession. Definitely not in your half and nowhere near the halfway line. Murga. That pass floated across. Looking for Obed Martinez.
Pace is one thing that I think both teams need to try to pick up in the second half. Just quicker circulation, quicker ball movement, quicker getting into positions in the final third that at least allow you to take a shot. There you go.
There's a shot from Obed Martinez. Not really testing the Muchachos goalkeeper. And a free kick awarded to Muchachos. They want to take it quickly. Better. And the equalizer. And they take it quickly. And nobody ready. Murga looks around at his defenders. And the volley finding the back of the net. And the goal scored by Gerardo Lugo, the midfielder.
Well, that's the reason. We talked about playing quicker. We talked about trying to be in the right place at the right time and taking your chances when they arrive. And just like that, right on the cusp of halftime, we got a 1-1 game.
Well, so important to score and level before the interval. They'll have back to the bench area, now level, buoyed by the equalizer. Whereas Raniza will be disappointed they conceded so late on in the first half. Wonderful finish, Gerardo Lugo. 7 games, 2 goals coming into this match. Well, now has his 3rd strike in a Muchachos shirt. Watching managers, tacticians, and assistant bosses just looking to pass on some wise words ahead of the second half. All to play for. Muchachos 1, Raniza 1. We're watching the coaches looking to, well, obviously do something differently, because in the first half it was cagey. Both teams cancelling out one another. But I think a draw at the interval is a fair result. Raniza were the better team at the start for the opening minutes, but Muchachos gradually coming into the game and scoring right before half-time. Under 10 seconds. And the second half about to start here. Muchachos 1, Raniza 1. Ball going to drop or not? Yes, it does. The goal scorer, Gerardo Lugo. Looks to beat Arias. Still Garcia, but it's out of play. And a throw in, and we're going to see Raniza use their weapon straight after the restart. Well, who is going to wear the band? Who is the star player? Well, no surprise. Barak Ochoa, 22-year-old striker, will shoulder the responsibility should he score. His goal will be worth 2.
Well, we've got a good second half set up, Eric, and we have this table that's so tight, and with Raniza and Muchachos level on points entering the day, it only adds to the drama of what the second half means with only 4 games to go. This is going to be a really tasty finish. Let's see if these 2 different star players can make their impacts.
Well, poof, and that was another inviting cross. Well, Gerardo Lugo, the midfielder, has already 1 goal to his name. Somewhat surprised that he has been selected, however. Not renowned for his goal-scoring ability. Barak Ochoa, and couldn't quite find his teammate. Well, that's 2 good crosses we've seen, and nobody on the end to finish. On this occasion, Ben Martinez just didn't believe, probably didn't have that faith to try and get on the end of the cross. Didn't take that gamble. Still 1-1. Better. Opting to just knock it back. Better. Left-footed. Header back across the face of goal. And Murga, big shout, but not dropping to the goalkeeper. Arias here on the break. And that's not a good touch. Or Ben Martinez with a really heavy first touch. Almost 4 minutes gone in this second period. Still nothing to separate these 2 teams. Space on this side. Plays in the box, and that's a good header clear.
And the thing that might separate them in the end,
players forward here.
It might end up being these presidential penalties and the timing on when you choose to take them.
Well, both teams have kind of cancelled each other out with the goal scorers whose goals are worth 2. And there, as you just pointed out, Spence, penalty. And a chance for Raniza to take the lead. Now, yesterday, both presidents missed their respective penalties.
Well, it's got to happen twice today. So each side are going to get their chance at it.
Going first, Raniza. Looking to regain the lead. Psychological advantage, and then perhaps put your opponents under a bit more pressure, because should they miss, a 1-goal advantage could be enough. Or saw her spot kick saved yesterday. I wonder if Alana is going to opt to send it in the opposite direction. Down the middle sometimes isn't a bad option. Should the keeper move early?
Well, last weekend she buried it. Maybe yesterday she got stopped, but it's been 50-50 with her this year.
Elena against the new signing, the goalkeeper. Can he keep it at 1-1? Can Elena score? Elena, and it's off the crossbar. So unlucky. Struck it well enough, but couldn't keep it down. And they've missed their opportunity. And Elena has to head back to her commentary position, having seen her effort smash against the woodwork.
And it was the correct guess on the part of the keeper, but the difference is that ball had elevation to it, almost the right level of elevation. We don't see it as much. It does happen on occasions, but we don't see it as much with the presidential penalties, with the actual president lifting these penalties into the top corners. And that one nearly was.
No handball. Shot was goal bound. But standing in the way, Alonso. Again, Raniza looked to break. Arias. And that is an excellent stop. Well, dived down low to his right, but somehow just stuck out his leg, Brian Alcantar, to deflect it behind. And down complaining that he was fouled after the shot. Now, if that was so, it could be a penalty. Obed Martinez seems to be in some bother. Oh, Elena back with her colleague, hugging that frog tightly, knowing that penalty miss could prove very costly. Should, of course. Muchachos scored their penalty.
Well, yeah, and especially the state of the table at the moment. In the live table, you have 5 teams on 11 points, and these are 2 of them. So every make, every miss is crucial.
Well, looking just to run off whatever injury he picked up. Obed Martinez. Obviously, he's okay because he's come across to take the corner kick. Martinez. And I'm not too sure what that was. Bit of a deflection, but still. And a player on the edge of the box. And this time they do find the play on the edge of the box. But that isn't a good shot. 1-1. Oh, 2 missed penalties. In tears, better. And down complaining he was fouled. But Ochoa. And the referee having none of it. Waving away the protests. Consoling his colleague, the other president of Raniza, who see what would have been a double goal kept out. Point blank header. Straight at the keeper, but still a decent stop. Still 1-1.
And sometimes those misses, we can call it, are just as demoralizing when you don't put them in as they can be motivating when you do. So now Muchachos with another excellent save. And nearly again. And here comes a penalty to try and add on to that.
Well, opting to use their penalty. Now, Hero Freixas was here. He was here with his partner and 2 kids. They were taking some penalties in the warm-up before the game. Now, his penalty was not a good one. And it looks like he is not going to take another. He's opted for Vera, the captain, defender, veteran, to take this 5-second timed penalty from the halfway line. Oh, I'm seeing Morga here put off the save. He's been excellent in penalty shootout so far. He's a big, tall keeper. 1.87 m up against Vera. Morga, Vera. And that's a brilliant, brilliant goal. Vera beating Morga. And just goes to show the difference between scoring and missing. Muchachos now believe Raniza. Well, they find themselves trailing 2-1. Oh, celebrating the fans who support Muchachos. Almost caught in possession. Got to be careful. They don't concede another. Off the bar. Arias with the volley. Oh, incredible effort. Caught it so well.
Well, there might not be a keeper controversy after this game. This second half has been something else so far.
It seems just a bit of an issue with the strap on the clock. And there we see, oh, what a strong hand. Brian Alcantar. Ochoa able to control, but it's out of play on this near side. A throw-in to Raniza. Vera with a volley clear. Just over 10 minutes remaining here in this fourth match of 6 here from Mexico, the Kings League Americas. And a foul upended.
This is the type of game now where you really have to work hard to see it out, because so many things can change, but all of the factors have been utilized. As they're looking to just check on Vera, who's on the deck right now. But the factors are done. The presidential penalties are over. The 2 star players will still be there, and that'll be the case for the next 9.5 minutes. But everything else is status quo. Play the game the way that your team is trained all week for this game.
And he's caught Arias just outside the box. It's a free kick to Raniza, and we're looking for an equalizer. Making sure the wall is in the right position, covering that near post. 2-man wall. And the keeper well placed to hang on to the shot. Nice couple of passes. Been very quiet so far. Joel Rebollar, the striker for Muchachos. Not had much in the way of service. But still, normally so busy, normally drops back, helps his teammates bring the ball out from defense. Well, been hugging really the final third of the pitch. Yeah, little service. Able to score as a header. And the rather acrobatic volley. Just saying, not seen too much from Rebollar. And almost scoring the goal of the tournament so far. Well held. Another safe pair of hands in goal for Muchachos. I think he's having a really good performance. And Colo Grossi and Orozco are going to face a tough task to get back into the starting side. Into the final 10 minutes. Just one goal separate these two teams. Osvaldo Martinez scored for Raniza on 8 minutes. Gerardo Lugo in stoppage time, and that really should have been the equaliser. Again, Ochoa coming so close. Would not have been the equaliser. Would have made it 3-2 had he found the back of the net. Laid off for Hernandez.
Part of the reason that we look at the end of these games, the way that they come down to the wire, is that even when you have a goal lead, that's all well and good, that's fine, but seeking the second is so much more important over the next 6 minutes to give you just a half an extra cushion when you get to that point of the double goal like this, potentially.
Oh, it seems to be in some pain. That could be cramp. That looks like cramp. Hernandez, the player, going down, clutching his calf muscle. Oh, he seems to be in a lot of pain. Now, it looked like a calf muscle injury. There might have been a clash of knees as well in that challenge. Oh, they're putting some spray on the knee. Never like to see a player go down. 32 minutes, 30 seconds left. So rather, being played of 40. Now let's see it again there. Ooh. As he stepped back, his knee seemed to give slightly.
Oh, you hate to see that. And we certainly hope that this isn't as bad as it looks. But these are the types of things that we're talking about when you have to play 2 nights in a row.
Now, watch, there's contact. As he steps there, it just moves left to right, right to left. Now, hopefully it's just a bit of a knee sprain and nothing more serious, because those kind of injuries can sometimes lead to ligament damage. Doesn't seem to be the case. If the player can walk off the pitch unaided, and that is a really good sign. He's putting weight on the injured leg. Now, it doesn't look like he will play again here. His team defending a 2-1 lead. Hopefully it's nothing serious. Yeah, nothing serious. Hopefully ice pack, some rest, bit of rehab, bit of physio. And he could be back, if not next week, in a couple of weeks' time. Long throw, headed clear. Ochoa does well to win it, but his team can't hang on to possession now. 9 shots in total. Raniza 6. Muchachos, but it's the 2 that count. That found the back of the net. The difference, Muchachos. As well, again, we're seeing how important those penalties are, those presidential penalties. Raniza missing theirs, hitting the crossbar, whereas Muchachos put away their penalty. Takes a massive deflection, and the equaliser. Well, the shot through a sea of players, completely fooling the goalkeeper. I don't think there was nothing he could do. That was a wicked deflection, and it's 2-2.
Well. You might as well give it a go when it's not working, and when nothing's working for you, that's fine. Here we are. Again, another game, the 4th of the day, and we're potentially in line for another golden ball.
Well, we've seen one golden goal that is so far. 2 shootouts in the 3 games we had. And that was a glorious opportunity on his favoured right foot. It sat up so nicely for Barakacha. Could have had a hat-trick in this second half. That's late. That's really clumsy. Alonso, the player, failed. And a yellow card. Raniza will spend the next 2 minutes with a man down. Vicencio giving his marching orders for just 2 minutes.
Big switch here, big change.
Into the final 5 minutes. 2-2. Better. Pings it into the box. It's headed clear. Poor jump by Cardenas. The break is on.
Oh.
And now marked in the centre. Still can they finish?
No. Go.
Well, twice. They could have just knocked it to one side. And there's a player completely unmarked on both occasions. Instead of passing to a teammate better placed, taking on the shot. And another missed opportunity. 90 seconds. And Raniza will be back to 10 men. How often do we see chances falling to the side that are 1 man down? Worthy of study. Again, no urgency. Well, they want to take this into a golden goal, into the final 2 minutes. Or can they snatch the lead as we approach the final few minutes? Another tight contest, another game that's going to go to the wire.
Suddenly, Raniza seem to have the momentum. If they can sneak one in quickly here, make it really difficult for los muchachos.
Obed Martinez, left-footed. Doesn't quite drop to Osvaldo Martinez on the edge of the box. They're looking to break clear. Gerardo. Pablo Hut. Oh, shows too much the ball to the defender. It's the final 3 minutes of normal time. Nice control from the far side. There's 1-8 throw-in. Garcia wants to take it quickly. Flaps at it slightly, Morga. Gathers at the second attempt. could have allowed the advantage. And that is what Barak Ochoa is complaining about, because if you're going to blow your whistle, then book the player. Otherwise, allow the advantage. "38-minute mark. It's tied. It's 2-2. It's gol de oro. Golden goal. And again, another game could be decided by a golden goal or a penalty shootout, Spence.
3 of them, no?
Yep, every game we've had so far.
Every game has either been golden
down
goal
to the wire's been tied, apart from one which ended with a golden goal.
Right.
The other 2, a penalty shootout. Our players trotting back out. This is really demanding. Having played 24 hours ago, to be back out there. And, well, you know, it's 2 minutes plus added time, and then a penalty shootout. Who started off too early. Well,
wouldn't you know it? Another false start.
Yeah, it's Obed Martinez who went too early. Strong run forward. Nice interchange. Arias continues his run through the middle. Oh! I thought I was going to find the back of the net. I was just waiting for the net to bulge.
Just about everybody saw that in.
The shot took a slight deflection. Headed up onto the roof. And we're going to see the ball back with Raniza, ending this game strongly. Remember, it's a golden goal here. Having all the possession, Raniza, in these final 2 minutes. Well, no foul on Ochoa. Again, Vera involved. I'm sure there's a bit of holding. Not enough for a penalty. A good goalkeeping once more. Brian Alcántar quickly throws it out into the final few seconds of normal time.
Should get at least 2 minutes, I would think.
Well, it's going to be exactly 2 minutes. Spot on.
Yep.
Vera. Still Vera. Vera gets upended. No, he doesn't. The referee saying it was offside. Just going across to check on Eric Beda. He's okay.
He's fine.
As he gets up, tells the referee, "You were wrong. I was fouled." No, limps a couple of... Now he's jogging back into position. Nothing wrong with him whatsoever. Now, was the ball moving? That was quite fickle from the referee. Wanted to be taken from back there. And now we can get back underway. And that wasn't the best of pullbacks. Had two players making runs in the box. Arias sees his cross cleared. Just over a minute remaining in this second half. Arias continues his run. Arias still the winger. Ochoa in the centre. throw into Raniza. Really strong finish here. Osvaldo. Well, fancied a pop from outside the box.
Now, unlike some of the other ones today, doesn't quite look like this one is in the cards for either team, although you never know with this final surge here from Ranizas.
Well, they're going to have a throw-in. Is there enough time for the throw-in to be taken? There's a wedgie. Well, luckily there's more than one ball because that one is stuck in one of the supports. There's more than one ball on the pitch. Doesn't matter. The referee's blown his whistle. Now, the third of 4 games is going to a shootout.
And Ranizas are understandably upset, too. There was the injury to Vera, who stayed down for the better part of 30 to 45 seconds during that extra time, that stoppage time. And Raniza had the ball in that spot late, right at the 2-minute mark. The referee blows the whistle. I'm not sure I agree with that.
Well, I agree with you. There should have been some additional stoppage time. We have seen it added. Originally 2 minutes and then another minute. Even 2 minutes we've seen for stoppages during injury time or time wasting. And they had possession. They were deep in their opponent's half. They were finishing the game strongly. But instead now they face a penalty shootout. So fans watching back at home, I've watched several match days and not seen any. And here, 3 out of 4. Not bad. 75% of our games so far ending in a penalty shootout. Will it be Muchachos or Raniza who will take the win from this match? We're waiting for the coin toss. Who's going to go first? Players shaking hands. Osvaldo Martinez and Eric Berra. In the 2 shootouts so far, the first 7 penalties in both were either saved or missed.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that that's not the case
Who do you fancy, Spence? Who do you fancy?
I still think that most of the momentum is with Raniza on this one, but I don't think we're going to see 7 consecutive penalties missed or saved before we get to the first make.
Well, that's a massive stat, and goalkeepers were in inspired form in those shootouts. Well, let's see if Osvaldo can break that hoodoo we've seen so far. Full 7 penalties. Oh, chipped it over the keeper. Waited for the keeper to go to ground, but couldn't keep his shot on target. Really close, that effort. But close isn't good enough. Garcia. Or Nino Garcia. His name on the back of his jersey. And the keeper doing superbly, Murga. Well, are we going to see another string of missed penalties? Professor Romo sets off. Right-footed, left-footed. Now, did that count or not? They're going to have to
should
take
count.
a real close look.
It left his foot. It left his foot before 0. And that's good enough for me.
And it didn't count.
Wow. That's
Well,
surprising.
that was another tight call. I was waiting to see. And now a chance here for Yael Rebollar, the 30-year-old striker, to score the first penalty. And he does. Took a ball to the face in the second half. Made a full recovery. And scores the first penalty of the shootout. Strokes it home from the edge of the box. 1-0. Muchachos lead. Both teams have taken 2 penalties. Now Cha just coolly slots it away. Drilled low under the keeper's body to get Raniza off the mark, but still Muchachos lead, and a chance here to add a second penalty and lead 2-1 after 3. Cardenas. And Cardenas firing straight at Hugo Murga. And we're level once more in the shootout, just 2 penalties each, unless of course things are still tied.
Yeah, I was going to say, missing the first 7, making 2 of them, making what, it doesn't matter. Here we are again, 2 shots left, all to play for.
Around the keeper. Now, I think this one counts, but again, they need to take another look. They've already had 1 ruled out because the shot was just after the final buzzer.
Really smooth.
And
really well
it's
taken.
Good. It counts. 2-2. Now they could really do with the save here. And they get the save they're looking for. Murga.
Tried to go 5-hole on him. Tried to split the difference. Trying to go nutmeg. Didn't happen.
Well, what a turnaround. It's now Raniza. Should they score here, they will win. Arias. Off the crossbar. Well, for a second time, they've seen a spot kick hit the woodwork. Now they can still win. They need Murga to keep out this penalty. The player taking it scored in the first half. Gerardo Lugo, the midfielder. Up against Murga. Around the keeper.
Oh, did he get it off in time?
That was another tight decision. I mean, 5 seconds fly by. They're going to look at this once more.
I think that's got to count.
This one does stand. Sudden death. Might even see keepers have to take penalties. Well, look who's in goal. He was dropped, Colagrossi, but brought in for this penalty. And a chance for Gustavo Lua, a defender, to seal the win. Lua, and he drags his shot wide of the target.
Well, we just continue on. There's just no separating these two sides today. I think that's been proven.
Well, Murga is a great goalkeeper, and I suppose players, when they face Murga, are wondering, how much do I need to risk that penalty? And they try and put it closer to the post in the corners. They take a few risks, and this one was off target. Now they're trying to find players to come on and take penalties. We could end up seeing the keepers take penalties. I wonder as well, the presidents could be in line too. Giovanni Sanchez. Oh, that's fortunate. Through the keeper's legs. Not the best of penalties, but it nestled in the back of the net. Colagrassi got a touch, but unable to keep it out. And for Muchachos, it's going to be Alonso who's going to take this all-important penalty. Josep Alonso, he's a striker. They plays in midfielder for Muchachos. Right-footed. Sets off. Still. And it's not. Finding the back of the net. And Murga is the hero for Raniza, who have won this dramatic shootout. Excellent save to keep out the effort from Alonso. And Raniza will now end this match day above Muchachos, and that poor run of form continues for the side presided over by Hero Freixas.
Yeah, just an excellent, enthralling, emphatic finish down the stretch. It was a shame that one of these teams had to be left without a couple of points. Muchachos will get one. But I think in the end, Raniza deserved their victory.
Well, probably just better than their opponents, who brought in a goalkeeper, Brian Alcanter, who was excellent. Now, the president being consoled after missing that penalty. She was in tears. Second missed penalty in consecutive matches, and a big sigh of relief as Raniza continue that good run of form. Definitely a side to keep an eye on. They're in action against the team at the bottom next week, which doesn't guarantee a win, but it's Los Aliens up next for Raniza, then Chamos and Cuervos. They do not have the toughest of run-ins. They've already played all the top sides. My bet for the playoffs, Raniza. Some of the highlights from the penalty shootout. As for Muchachos, well, they will be looking to bounce back in their next outing. And we have now another game to look forward to here in Mexico. Los Aliens against West Santos. Well, West Santos currently fourth in the table. Another side that have, well, been excellent in the last 3 weeks. They started the season with 2 defeats, now 3 wins. A word from our sponsors.
Quieren continuar la fiesta. ¿Qué va a pasar? Yo no lo sé, pero ustedes hagan sus predicciones en sporting.com y con el código Kings pueden conseguir una apuesta gratis. Nos vemos por ahí.
A quick message from the sponsors. Well, we've had some upsets here. I wonder what kind of game we're going to see. Los Aliens, really, it's do or die for the side currently at the bottom of the table. They really cannot afford to lose here to West Santos.
Hey man, you should have got an invite. ¿Por qué no nos invitaron a ver? Can I get the headset, please? Nice.
Ah, yo hablo por acá, me escuchan y todo allá.
Great, thank you.
Hola.
Hola, hola, hola.
Well, this certainly looks like a lot of fun.
Oh, they've got a massive party there. West Santos. More a family affair, Los Aliens.
Sí, un poquito. No sé por qué no nos invitaron a su fiesta, ¿da? Ya que sé que Wesco tiene un tatú en su dedo de un marciano, de un alien. Entonces, pues, a ver qué pasa.
Ah, un alien, tengo un alien acá. Y tienen toda la razón, tengo un alien.
¿Otra vez, perdón?
Sí.
Ojalá se espera, creo que buscamos los 3 puntos, obviamente queremos llegar al Mundial.
Now we're looking for 3 points, trying to get to the World Cup.
Entiendo que West Santos viene muy bien, ¿verdad? Creo que llevan muchas victorias.
West Santos are playing well.
Es un equipo muy bueno, pero vamos a llegar con todo.
They're a good team, but we're going to give it our all. And that's what we have up next. Los Aliens, West Santos, 2 of the premier personalities, as we're still waiting for the players to make their way out.
Papi, no le voy a decir nada al socio. Me dio tristeza, no es muy humilde. Me cae bien casa.
They're on their way out now. It is Los Aliens in a spot to try and pull themselves out of this rut. And no, the season's not over. Yes, there are still 4 games to play, but they have a lot to get done. And it needs to happen now for them. We look at the table and we talk about what is at stake for them with what's left. West Santos, 11 points. They're in that mixture of 11. The way that we've been going tonight, it really is, it's all up in the air. Los Aliens, they have a chance to get out of last place because Los Chamos FC have already lost today. If Los Aliens pick up even a point, it would help them get out of last place. But what they really need is to get into 10th, and that will not happen today. They're 4 points back in the live table of Atletico Parceros, who started our day. 4 points back of Club de Cuervos, who have yet to play as well. They'll play our final meeting on this Sunday evening, and it looks like Los Aliens are the slight favorites heading into our penultimate game on this Sunday.
Well, Los Aliens, probably 3 wins, not enough to qualify for the playoff. On 6 points, 4 wins is going to be tough. But down with Los Aliens were Persas and West Santos. And now those 2 teams are on 11 points. So anything possible, but really, I wouldn't go as far to say last chance saloon for Los Aliens. But this is a game they really can't afford to lose, because otherwise they'll have to win their last matches without dropping any points, and that's going to be tough.
Yeah, it's not quite last chance saloon, that is for sure. However, it is, at this point, pretty much now or never. Look at that. 67% recurring rate of shootout for West Santos.
Maybe someone...
So we will begin, as is tradition, one-on-one with the keeper. Matchup number 5, Los Aliens West Santos, as the ball drops from the heavens. And the first touchback belongs to Los West Santos, but Los Aliens have come up with a steal right away. Trying to create some space. Juan Marin is dispossessed. Not a bad effort, though, and it's back on the feet of Diego Martinez, who has been the best player for West Santos this season. 2 different MVPs on 2 different match days. Trying to cut it back. Martinez is taken out, and the referee says, no, get up.
Looks for the contact. If anything, he runs into the goalkeeper. Blatant dive.
Here comes the aforementioned Marin, who's going to take this on his left foot and put a decent effort in. Moises Daba has been an excellent keeper. He has scored goals.
Yeah, he's a good goalkeeper. He's good with his feet, and then when he gets a chance, he's going to come out. Keep an eye on Daba.
He's not going to be able to come out here for this 3v3, at least not yet. It's Los Aliens first with their keeper, Oscar Medina. This is Cesar Villaluz. Back for Medina. Here is Marin. Wanted the cut back. It's been backed into a tight angle, and he's lost possession. So here he is. We will get a look at him here. Yeah, let's see if this is a spot for him to take a shot before 2 more players enter the pitch. Daba shoots. Now he's got to get back to his post. Medina from distance.
Nobody's scored yet, and there have been so many opportunities with keepers out of goal. Not one keeper has managed to find the back of the net.
Up to 4-on-4 we go. Some teams choose to incorporate their keeper on 4v4. Others prefer to just go with their 3 outfield players. Happy to take their time on this occasion. Shot clock is winding down. You see right there, it's down to 10 seconds. They've got to get a shot away in that period when you're playing in the 4-on-4. It is taken away. Villaluz is on the run. Did that stay in play? Well, no, it didn't.
Corner kick.
It's being given as a corner. Taken quickly. Villaluz tracks back. Villaluz from distance. Nice save from Dama. Back on the feet of Los Aliens with Jose Nieto, who's been excellent for the Aliens this year. He's the only player on the roster who's won a matchday MVP for Los Aliens. You know, we've said They've only won 2 games this year. They've had difficulty at times, so they need him. They need Villaluz. They need Juan Marie and some of the others to step up.
They've been very unfortunate in quite a few of their games. We've seen that. We were saying before how Real Didan always seem to win their games by a single goal margin bar 1. They also lost by a single goal margin. Well, Australians are another side who, look at their performances, they probably deserve to be higher up the ranking.
David Cabrera has entered into the picture. Villaluz is always around. Here he is again. West Santos sporting the yellow today. Los Aliens get to stick with their black and teal kits.
Well, 5 minutes gone, and goalless start.
Goalless start 7 on 7. We are at full strength. Los Aliens look like a brighter side thus far. Cabrera. Not to beat.
Well, the longer the game goes on, the more there are growing confidence. The team propping up the division.
Well, it's so jam-packed in the middle that if you are Los Aliens and you are able to string together maybe 2 wins in a row, you're right there with the rest of them for the final couple of match days.
As long as they win 2 of the next 3. If they can win 2 of the next 3, they will go in to the final round of matches, final couple of games, with their hopes still intact. What they can't afford to do is lose their next 2 matches.
Now that would knock them out of any potential real possibility within the competition. That shot from Nieto was decent. It forced a save out of Daba, but now West Santos are turning and burning, and it's an easy pickup for Medina in the end. Kevin Quinones is saying,
players,
please give me the ball, sir. That's mine.
Yeah, appealing for a throw-in.
Villaluz over the top. Good ball, but headed comfortably into Daba.
Well, surely, I mean, there's still a long way to go in this game. We're not going to see another penalty shootout. 3 of the 4 matches, and the other, a golden goal. How much tighter can you get than that? And yesterday, all the games went down to the final 2 minutes, with both teams having options. But today, of all the match days I can recall so far, it's been the games with, well, the closest matches. That's a bit late.
I mean, my friend, if we go 6 for 6 today, then I guess we just have the magic touch. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, these are not the types of games.
It's exciting.
Well, they're not the types of games on paper that all of them should be this close, but that's not the way it's gone. It has been.
Oh, a player down. Clock stopped.
Injured Los Aliens player appears right there to be Pedro Goulart.
Now, win for West Santos because of the goal difference.
Oh, that's a poor giveaway. Really, really poor. And a well-taken first-time finish to keep Los Aliens' dreams alive. Damian Scarinci takes what he's given, and Los Aliens have a lead.
Well, the underdogs drawing first blood. I was just saying, and there's the commentator's curse again, that West Santos, their goal difference, +5 until they conceded now. Pelucci Caligari is also +5. So a win by any margin could see West Santos end today second in the table. Second. That would be quite remarkable. 4 wins in a row. The in-form side. But they find themselves trailing a 1-0.
Work to do with Los Aliens striking first. This is Nieto with a head of steam. Drills it right into Dava.
Straight at the keeper. But it's important just to get your shots on target. They can take a deflection. They can swerve. The keeper can make a mistake. You might just catch it clean and score. Always important. There's an end product. And looking really good, Los Aliens, in this first half.
Well, 1 is a good start for Los Aliens. Let's look at the West Santos side. Isidro Sanchez in charge. But 2, especially without presidential penalties to speak of in this game, could be a big swing factor. Or West Santos could grab one back. That's what they've done. Juan Celada scores it for West Santos, 1-1. That was easy.
Well, that's an excellent delivery. Celada, unmarked. Just put his header beyond the keeper. Nestled in the bottom corner. They might want to check to see if he was onside. I think he was. It was tight, but I think it was definitely onside.
Yeah, it looked like a decent effort, and indeed that has been confirmed. So for all of the excitement that Los Aliens had just built for themselves, that's now been washed, and they're right back to square one. Trying to recreate as that ball was whipped across the face of goal, almost found its way home.
Well, they've taken the lead in quite a few of their games, Los Aliens, just to end up empty-handed. So as far as confidence, morale, having seen your team play well, be the better team for what, 10 or so minutes, and now it's level. It's back to square one. Got to start off again.
That's football.
But for a team that have been struggling for victories, and like I said, confidence can't be great when you're bottom of the table with just 2 wins so far. I wonder how they pick themselves up. Would have been so good had they have added a second. Less nerves, bit of a cushion to defend. But instead now, you're worrying, is it going to happen to us again? Are we going to let slip another lead?
There's still plenty of work to do and plenty of time to do it. They seem to be playing a good brand of football thus far. Nice run by Rebollar to carry it along the way. Anferny Looking for a bicycle effort. Oh, that would have been something. We saw that last week with Nieto. He knows how to try that. Hasn't quite come off completely, but hey, it's like a half-standing bike.
Well, the keeper was beaten. He dived late. Luckily, the ball just bouncing the wrong side of the post. Or the right side of the post, if you're supporting West Santos.
Villaluz. The cutback, well cut out. And now it's West Santos on the run. Martinez.
In just under 4 minutes, we're going to get the dive through. And I think this game needs a 2v2 for the final 2 minutes plus any added time.
I think this match day needs a 2v2. We had one earlier.
We saw 4 goals scored.
Yeah, exactly.
Both teams scoring
We've had
twice.
two 5v5s. Villaluz, can he catch up to it? Can he settle it? Can he score it? Oh, yes, he can. Castro approves, and the first round pick of Los Aliens gets the job done. 2-1 it is.
Oh, nice little control with the thigh. Just took that extra touch and then left-footed, buried the ball past the keeper. And deservedly ahead. Important they didn't concede a second to West Santos.
This has been a bit more of an open game from both sides. They're giving us a lot of reasons to see these breaks come back and forth. This is what we're saying. Los Aliens, they're playing a good brand right now. That's what we like to see. Villaluz, feeling really confident about himself, that's for sure. Now looking for the cross in, back post bound. Not a bad idea. Their waiting was Goulart. Villaluz has eyes for goal. His eyes get very big very fast.
Oh, having scored that, I thought, why not try again? Has every right to. It's been a good threat here against West Santos. And, well, if they can hang on to this until half-time, something they have struggled to do in their previous games, taking a lead at the interval, things can turn. And I have to say, I'm a big fan of the President Castro. I think he's a right character, real entertainer. It'd be good for the tournament too if his team were in the postseason.
Yeah, his whole setup, it's very crisp. He's always got just the Aliens look in general. I think they're one of the best logo color schemes that we have in
Nice
the Kings
kit,
League
isn't it?
Americas. It's what?
It's a really nice kit. Nice
Yeah.
jersey, nice
Yeah.
shorts.
Here's Villaluz. Back to Anthony and all the way to the keeper Medina. West Santos are looking for a response. Can they get it before halftime? They've only got about 15 seconds here before we stop for the 2-minute warning.
It's important. Just get a shot away. Any shot. Because the whistle's got to go. Regardless of where the ball is. So just have a pop.
It has to come now. And it won't. So here comes the roll of the die for the 5th time. Please stay away from that number 5, please.
Well, hopefully she doesn't have much power, and that 5's on the side.
Okay. That'll work. We'll take 1v1.
This is good.
Well
some
done.
Decision making needed on both benches.
Yeah, decision making and more importantly, Eric, precision making.
Yeah, I mean, do you go for your Eric Beda type player? Defensive, sturdy, a rock. Do you go for somebody pacey, your Adias from Raniza? What are your options? Well, a keeper. He's going to stay back and defend.
Was that a false start? Or no, it's just a matter of staying in their post so that, yeah, they're going to let Rebollar take the shot. Here it comes, and it's a shoulder save.
That's really good keeping because I suppose your instincts must be use your hands.
Well, it was the keeper, Tabak, but he wasn't allowed to use his hands in that process.
He was
and now
asking for a teammate to come on, and they said, no, you take it.
It's Tabak, and it's a goal. That's what he does. He knows how to score them.
Well, he looked at the bench, expecting a player to come on to replace him, and they didn't. And in the end, it was the right choice.
All right, so here comes the substitution. Out goes Rebollar, and in comes... Who are we looking at here? That is, that's David Cabrera. Just setting up, throwing it towards the target, and it's wide of the target.
Well, Dab again looks across. Me? Or somebody replace the goalkeeper?
We cannot concede here. We cannot concede.
You just heard Castro say that he can't score 2, and that's not going to happen here. He's substituting out, but it could be 2-0 to West Santos in this first half 2-minute warning. The shot from Diego Martinez. Nice stop. Did that stay in play too? I think, well, it did. It stayed in play enough. And now here comes Cabrera again to try and give Los Aliens, allow them to retake the lead.
Any height between over the knee, below the shoulder is almost impossible to stop.
Yeah, it's tough to get that height. And again, Cabrera. Oof.
At least hit the target. Make a save.
That's tough. This is going to be the last action of the first half. Only 10 seconds to take this shot. Martinez sets up to give West Santos the lead at halftime. Nice save. Good stop from Cabrera. I think that's probably going to be the end of it.
Oh, I mean, did he use his shoulder to save that? Or come off the side of his head? There's a brilliant stop.
2-2.
No me gustó ese primer tiempo. Papi, la regalamos muchas veces. No, la regalamos. No fue un buen partido. No, me desconozco mi equipo este primer tiempo. Pero el segundo tiempo vamos a entrar con todos los poderes.
I'm talking about the difference between his team in the first half and the second half.
No, para mí muy parejo el juego. Vamos 2-2, faltan 20 minutos. Nomás le quiero preguntar a Huesco si ganamos los Aliens, puedo llegar a su fiesta ahí en Colombia, si me invita.
No, claro que sí, sea bienvenido mi hermano, obviamente. Aquí tenemos todos los poderes para que la pase rico.
Ahí está, papá. Nomás Castro, di.
¿Qué dijo? No escuché. ¿A quién? ¿A quién? Ah, no, a John no.
Well, this game has been filled with some twists and turns so far, but Los Aliens have certainly proven themselves as a side not quite worthy of being last or second to last. However, in the end, the results still have to be there, and they're not there yet. It might come if they can find a way to pick up 3 points, earn a victory on a Sunday evening. The Kings League Americas has been a lot of fun so far, but this matchup looks like it's headed the way of the rest of them that we've seen so far today.
No, surely we're not going to see another penalty shootout.
I mean, I'm not a betting man, but I'd put my money on it at this point. Second half between Los Aliens and West Santos underway. And we have two secret weapons in play. West Santos have activated theirs. It's strange that the ball went out of play and we haven't... It was subjective on when that alarm was... well, it doesn't matter. It's going to be played now. Oh, and there's a West Santos player
down off the pitch.
Down just away from the play. You don't want Felada hurt. That's what we expected. Star player, which means a goal for West Santos' Diego Martinez. And he would be the player for whom it counts double if he scores. So that's what they get. West Santos will try to keep their eye on number 77.
Obviously, Los Aliens
This
do
man
not have the same card.
Oh, and he's nearly found an assist instead of a goal. A brilliant pass to the middle that forced a save out of Medina. Which side comes out on the front foot in the second half? So far, it's West Santos. A long throw from Medina. Set back to be hit by Cabrera. Just shaved it over the crossbar. Good effort, though.
Really good hit. Can generate so much power, Cabrera. And that was almost inside his own half. Like a handball.
It's getting lively here. Kevin Quinones across the way. Found his man. On the turn. Nieto keeps it in. Cabrera mishit. Had some help and recovery from Rebollar. Is that a foul? Yes.
I wonder if the instructions for Los Aliens is just to sit back, soak up pressure, and not concede possession cheaply, and just look to maybe pounce on a mistake.
I think they'll be more concerned with trying to at least get themselves a couple of points in this race, as that cross is dangerous and had to be dealt with again. I believe it was Rebollar again as well. Ball's been pinballing. Here is Alfredo Fierro. So a man at the top of his box back post, and that's not the quality we've become accustomed to seeing.
No, that's a bit of a wasted effort. But I think, got to keep shooting, got to keep trying. Shoot, you won't score, but got to be careful. Where's Santos?
Quiñones has his shot denied. There's a follow-up too. Back and forth we go. 5 minutes down in the second half, and we cannot separate the sides yet.
First decent spell of possession for Los Aliens in this second half.
More than happy to hold on to the ball and then try and make something happen, as Villaluz nearly went head first into the metal postings.
A clear
Yes,
push.
indeed, ruled a foul. Yeah. Cabrera over the top. 2 Los Aliens players there, and not a single one could get to it.
Oh, seeing a cagey second half. Again, this is a game where we're seeing defenses on top because of what's at stake. Whereas maybe...
And we said it before in some of the other games, maybe a case of some tired legs at times, but that's been affecting the defense more than it has the attack, the offense from both sides. Considering match day 7 was last night, match day 8 tonight. There's a shot from distance that's blocked. Nieto is there for the recovery.
This the final, I believe, double match day.
Oh, that's really well done. Villaluz had to score it. How did he not? Castro's saying the same thing, well, or he's gesturing the same thing. And now Los Santos, or West Santos the other way. Another turnover. Another West Santos effort and another save from Medina.
We're starting to see a few chances, a few holes starting to creep in. As there'll be some tired legs out there, no doubt, in these final few minutes of the second half. We don't see a goal. We're going to see another golden goal for the final 2 minutes.
Imagine if we get there again. It would be 4 out of 5 games golden goal, and the other one going to a penalty shootout because of a double goal that leveled the game late.
I mean, they've all been dramatic finales. And it does look like this game is going the same way.
There's still a long time to go. You've got to think that there's going to be a chance or two on the target, and it's just a matter of which direction will the ball swivel and which way will the keeper dive.
Just remind viewers that the next 3 match days will take place on the 7th, 14th, and 21st of April. Those dates confirmed.
Finally, some time off for these players on the weekends. Nieto to the middle. That was a good chance. And Los Aliens, Castro, the team, they're all going to begin ruining these chances if they can't put it home. It was Quiñones' effort.
They've got a touch, but not enough. Just to put it between the sticks, but sliding in. Los Aliens have, well, you know, they've not created too many chances, but when they do, they look dangerous. A header that should have found the back of the net, and now that opportunity to Quiñones.
Encroaching on the half-hour mark of this 40-minute affair. Still 2-2. Cagey is the word. Nobody really wants to lose as much as they'd all prefer to win. Here comes West Santos. And there they go. Villaluz gave it away, and that's a dangerous giveaway too, because that man's goal would be worth double. You got to be careful, not just to prevent him from scoring, but to prevent any penalty in the second half that would be worth double if he scores. Flag is, or the imaginary flag, is up for offside.
Now it's West Santos in the ascendancy.
In the ascendancy, indeed, Martinez lays it off, and they do take the lead. Martinez provided the assist. That's all right. They'll take it that way. It looks like Felipe Jimenez is our goal scorer. And
is it
before
offside,
we can resume play, it's got to be checked. It is a good goal. And it is now a 3-2 West Santos lead. The only silver lining for Los Aliens on that occasion is that it wasn't Martinez, which means it was not a double goal.
It could have been worse, like you said, but it was unselfish. Martinez. He could have gone for goal. Instead, had a teammate in a better position. Oof, when was the ball played? That's, I mean, that
no,
is
well,
not a
but
great
he's before
angle.
He's before the build-up line. Los Aliens' secret weapon about to come out. Let's see.
Or Simbin, or perhaps goal doble. What, for 4 minutes?
Something to give them a mini advantage for a brief period of time. Sinbin indeed it is, and I'm guessing that they're going to send number 77 over to the touchline. Indeed. Funny how the secret weapons sometimes tend to coincide with one another between the Sinbin and the star player.
It'd be silly if you were to choose another player and not the player whose goals would be worth a double. So that's 4 minutes. Oh, another good chance.
Ooh, and that one is just, it just epitomizes Los Aliens' season. Castro's been very disappointed. Did that stay in play? Was there a foul? The referee has
There was a foul. There was a push.
Whistle.
Of course, though.
Yep.
The way Santos players, bench, coaching staff are going to complain, it was a harsh decision. It was definitely a free kick.
A shot from distance curls away from goal. Cabrera.
So many good chances, especially in the second half. Yet just 2 goals, Los Aliens. They've only scored 18 so far this season. And when you look across the rest of the goals scored, they are some way behind the vast majority of the teams. In fact, only one club has scored less. And that club will be in action later. Persas, who have 15 goals to their name.
Yeah, Persas Club de Cuervos will wrap us up for the night in about 10 minutes time or so.
So 10 minutes, you're expecting that there won't be penalty shootout then?
That's true. It could be. You said it just now. How about that? Cabrera with a curler. Castro with a blood pumper. And it's 3-3.
That's a wonderful strike. Teed up beautifully. And just arrowed past the keeper. It's 3-3. And we're heading to a golden goal unless one of these two teams can score in the next 2.5 or so minutes.
That was a huge goal for that purpose. Los Aliens staying in it, keeping potentially their entire season alive.
I'll explain the
He's going to try it again
Castro
too,
celebrations. Imagine how crazy he would go if his team wanted to score again and win this game.
Nieto drops it back. Quiñones laid it across beautifully. Nobody was there, though, for it.
Well, nobody taking the gamble. Nobody getting into that 6-yard box. Somebody with a striker's instinct.
About a minute and a half remaining before we go into the final 2 minutes, where goals will be worth double.
And just 30 seconds until they're back to 7 men with Santos.
Nicely set up, and Quiñones skis over his boots. Final minute.
Can they grab a goal? Either of these two teams. Are we headed? I think we won't see any goals. If we're heading into the final 2 minutes and it's all square, I think the teams will just sit back, not concede, and, well, take the gamble or the lottery of a penalty shootout.
Well, that's not quite what we saw earlier today. There were teams going for it. Let's see what we get this time. Of course, if there's a goal here in the next 20 seconds, that'd change the outcome. It's got to be a decent shot on target. It is. Quiñones side netting.
Well, being busy, Quiñones, in this second half.
All right. Let's have a look at what these two teams are capable of for the final 2 minutes of what we will call regulation time. Seems to be that the golden goal is just the theme of the night. 4 golden goal games in 5 now.
And we've seen just one golden goal.
Yes. A second
Hopefully
would be appreciated.
Well, let's see. Otherwise, we're going to go to another penalty shootout. We've seen the penalty shootouts in the first two. Both teams unable to put away their early spot kicks. In both matches, the first 7 were missed and then changed in that third game. But still, sudden death. We've seen some dramatic penalty shootouts. And now, well, let's see what happens in these final 2 minutes, Spence.
Seven on 7 for all the marbles of match day 8. Who gets to this first? Oh, be careful. That's gotta be Los Aliens. 2 minutes plus stoppage time. Winner takes the cake. The first goal does it.
You do not want to make a mistake here. That's why we're going to see a very cautious there. Look, just knocking it along the back. And you've got to be careful because now you've given possession to your opponents. And there's what, just over a minute plus added time remaining.
Trying to turn the corner. Who did that touch last? It will be a West Santos corner. Just a reminder on what's at stake for both of these teams. If West Santos get a victory in regulation time here, they'd be up to a tie for 14th, or a tie for second on 14 points with Peluche. Miramontes in, and it's pushed over.
Well, the goalkeeper, who Platano, by the way, Banana is his nickname.
Of course it is.
Up there with Furby and Shaggy. Well, why waste possession like that?
Why leave yourself exposed at the back, especially when the game is on the line? Celada gave us something to think about. 2 added minutes to the 2 final minutes. But we could have less if one of these teams scores.
Yeah, I'd love it if Los Aliens can just grab a goal here at the death. I mean, look at the party bottom right in Colombia. How many people are packed into that room and will explode with joy should they come out on top. But it'd be good just to keep Castro, also his team, in the hunt for a playoff place, because should West Santos lose, they are still in the playoff battle.
Yeah. Well, West Santos are going for the victory, and they're not going to find it there, not off the foot of Fierro. There's a sense of urgency about Aliens. They know that 3 points is only possible in the next 60 seconds. Otherwise, the best they can do, that they would settle with, would have to be 2.
So there are 2 points for West Santos, which see them pull level with Olimpo United and also Raniza, above Muchachos, just 1 point behind Peluche Caligari.
They're going for 3 points, though. Almost. Medina has to intervene, which means that it's a a West Santos throw. Sorry, I saw the yellow shirt and I got confused for a second. Let's see if they can find their way in with just 10 seconds left. Or is there a late winner in it for Los Aliens? Put it across. Quinones denied.
Handball. Is that a penalty?
Is it? This could be indeed a penalty then to win the game for Los Aliens.
In added time at the end of stoppage time. The last kick of the game, Spence.
Castro is sure of it. It can be checked, but it seems pretty clear.
Well, the player's not complaining. No protests.
First things first. Oof.
Well, strikes the arm, but according to football, it's one of those ones that might not be given because
according to football,
yes,
and this
according to the rule book, which I don't agree with,
it's going to be given.
If your hand is down in a natural position, then it shouldn't be a penalty, but I'm glad it has been given as a penalty. And let's see if they can nick it here. What a way, what a finale. We're going to avoid a penalty shootout.
In the 44th minute of this game, to win it for Los Aliens from the spot, David Cabrera. For Los Aliens! Oh yeah! They win it! A golden penalty! And Castro and Los Aliens take the extra point. 4-3.
Well, where Santos can feel hard done by. A penalty tucked away, taken superbly with the last kick of the game. Los Aliens have taken the win. Massive for Los Aliens and for Castro.
I missed what they just said right afterwards.
It wasn't complimentary.
He said he's American, and then he said something afterwards, but I missed it.
Pero no, la mera verdad que es un equipo muy bueno West Santos, ¿verdad? Entonces por eso es que siento tanta emoción, porque juegan muy bien ellos y creo que van a hacer buen papel en los playoffs y en el mundial. Entonces mis respetos para West Coast y muy contento, ¿no?
Talking about how West Santos are a good team and that they're going to make something happen in the playoffs, but clearly Castro is happy about what his team has accomplished today.
A los aliens por ganar. Nosotros aquí estamos tirando toda la energía. Seguimos ahí repuntando en la tabla.
Congrats to the aliens, and we're going to continue. They're going to continue climbing in the table. And it's just one loss. It's nothing to freak out about. That does it for game number 5, which leaves us with just one game left on our Sunday slate. It is Persas against Club de Cuervos. We're going to take a break for a minute and bring it on back. It is coming up next. This was a good one, and Los Aliens are the winners. They find it late thanks to a golden penalty. Castro's side win it. 5 games down, 1 to go. We'll be back.
What we're seeing now, the rosters for the final game. 6 matches here. Kings League Americas. And we've got Club de Cuervos in action against Persas, 7th against 9th.
También quieren ganar, entren ya a sportium.com, la casa de apuestas oficial de la Kings League Santander. Aprovechen el código KINGS y llévense una apuesta gratis.
Well, there are the sponsors a message. Difficult to bet on these matches. We've seen so many twists and turns in the latter stages. Oh, Club de Cuervos, a team that have no trouble scoring goals. 31 in total. You look around the league table and only Peluche Caligari have scored more goals than Club de Cuervos. Who've actually played one game less than all the other teams apart from Persas, who are in action now against Club de Cuervos. Now, they do arrive for this game on the back of a superb derby day win. Now, can they build on that victory? Can they continue to climb up the standings? Because with 3 points, Club de Cuervos could pull level with Raniza and also Olimpo United. Real Titan currently top with 21 points. Peluche Caligari second on 14. Raniza, Olimpo United on 13. Muchachos, that's now 3 defeats in their last 3. They are on 12 points. West Santos losing moments a goal to the last kick of the game. They remain on 11 points. And, well, as for Los Aliens, 3 points that see them off the bottom of the table. They leapfrog Los Chamos. They have 9. Well, just the final warm-up before we get to see the final game. Now, Club de Cuervos have a massive support here. Quite a few Persas fans also. The president, Zain, is a great character. Manager, Guillermo Sanso. Star player, rather with the number 86. 85% believing that Persas will be the team to take the win against Club de Cuervos. Now, for Club de Cuervos, President Mercedes Roa takes quite a good penalty. Jax Passy is the manager. We've had an excellent session with drama in every single game so far. Penalty shootouts, thrillers, comebacks, you name it. Let's see what's in store in the final offering here. America's Kings League, Santander. Persas, 7th in the table against Club de Cuervos. Just 1 point separates these two teams. Now, defeat would not be the end of the world for either side, but a win would put you in a brilliant position with a view to qualifying for the playoffs. Now, there we see the cards collected. Shake of hands too. Just remind people, if you're just joining us, well, you've missed out on 5 great games. Getting ready for the kickoff. Remember, substitutes are unlimited. Roll on, roll off style. Basically means there's frantic action all the time with players hopefully fresh and ready. There's a countdown. The game is about to start with the kickoff. Player behind the goal, charging towards the center circle. First possession is important, not decisive. Well, let's see how this game between Persas and Club de Cuervos goes. Will we see early goals? Will we see comeback? Will we see penalties? No doubt. An entertaining contest. First possession so important. Olmedo for Persas.
Let's finish it strong. Eric, we're going to see how these two teams get along with one another.
Oh, not... oh, that's a brilliant start. What a strike. Well, one of the quickest goals we've seen. 20 seconds on the clock. Olimpo lets fly. Left-footed, unstoppable, clips the inside of the post on its way through. 1-0.
Now that's just a brilliant finish. And do we have another one? Oh, yeah.
There's a stunner. Well, 2 goals in the opening 45 seconds. Good the Cuervos, not needing long to equalise. Number 14. Not named after the pop group, I suppose. But yeah, good strike. 1-1.
Well, it makes you think that maybe we still have more drama in store after 5 games of non-stop drama.
Looking just to tee up a player. There's a decent side of goal. Oh, that is one cracking save. 35 years old, Sadia flicks it over the bar. That was a good strike too from the keeper. They take it short. Monterde. Kept out once again by Sadia. Going to see now 4v4. And a rather tame effort, didn't catch it cleanly. Martinez from outside the box. Persa have won their last 3 games. They beat Peluche Caligari 5-3. Then edged out, lost Chamos 3-2. Beat Muchachos 3-1 24 hours ago. One of the in-form sides right now in the league. Olmedo, the goal scorer, playing that 1-2. Just checks, looks for support.
And he's got that
back
extremely active, rare Kings League speed. You don't see speed utilized as much, but he does certainly have it.
One of the fastest players, along with Arias from Raniza. Also one of the quickest players in the competition. Well, blistering start with those 2 goals in the opening 45 seconds. Still 1-1. Now 6 versus 6. Olmedo. Unable to find his teammate Martinez. Melgar. Now, normally, second halves are longer than the first half, although 2 20-minute periods, of course, when you get the weapon cards, and also presidential penalties that normally are used in the second half. And, of course, second halves are longer. You can see, though, we're back now. Full strength Just over 5 minutes gone. Off the post, off the keeper. That could easily have ended up in the back of the net. Again, the shot, and this time it cannons off his teammate, Alvarado. Diaz, the defender, with the drilled shot. All players warming up over on the far side. We're seeing all the players on the active roster in action at some point during these 40 minutes. Just taken off the foot of Olmedo as he was setting himself up for the shot.
Well, 6 minutes in, and we've had 2 moments of magic. And now that there are 14 players on the pitch, we've seemed to have lost some of that individual space that everybody can just seek out. That's what we had. We're going to wait another 12 minutes and see if the die can be kind to us one more time.
Well, that'll be thrown on 18 minutes, and we'll see if we'll be reduced, maybe 5v5, hopefully 1v1 or 2v2. I think that's the ideal number if you want to see goals. And able to get that ball back into the danger zone. Melgar, who has a long way to get back, but they don't seem to be in a hurry. Cruz de Cuervos to take this goal kick. Forced out wide. Well, Trejo takes the throw in. And asking way too much of his teammate with that cross-field pass. Impossible for Rosales to keep in play. And a foul by Alvarado. Going to be some battle should they clash, Alvarado and Trejo. Two very physical players who play to the limit, sometimes beyond, but always to the limit. There is Trejo, the former professional footballer. Out of play. Just kept in play. Superbly.
Oh, wow. Really well done.
As you can hear, no drums. That's when Los Chamos play. Get a little drum throughout the game. So, quite a bit of noise being made here at this venue. There was so much noise in that derby yesterday. I know that some members of the technical staff were celebrating Club de Cuervos, but of course they knew they were in action again here against Persas. And their derby win would mean nothing if they don't come away with something from this game here. And the two players I said would get stuck in. There we go. Alvarado and Trejo. Now Trejo catching his opponent after the ball. After the challenge. Left his foot high on the midfielder.
Yeah, and these are moments when pain usually tends to set in more than normal because you're on the back end of playing 2 games in a row. You're You're not quite warmed up 9 minutes in the way you would be if we were playing in the second half, so it's still a little fresh. And not to mention, he probably got a good chunk of his leg taken out just now.
Well, watch what happened afterwards. He steps on his calf. Wait, not now. There. Do you see him rake his foot down the back of his calf? Now, how can there be no VAR? It's not one of those off-the-ball challenges that's late. He rakes his foot, luckily he doesn't have long studs, down the back of his calf. It's intentional.
I'd have to see it another 6 times to definitively tell you whether or not I agree with you. No more, no less.
He looked to catch his opponent when he was on the floor. Oh, okay to continue Trejo. And that just pings off the wall and behind for a corner kick.
I think that's the way you got to do it. I know that corner didn't work out just there, but disrupting the timing and not just taking the corner when everybody expects you to take it is one way to have success with a dead ball entry that doesn't really bring much success with it in this game.
Nice twist and turn. Goes down on the challenge from the goalkeeper. And the referee waves play on. Surely. That's a brilliant challenge again and blocked. The ball, ping ball.
Oh!
That's a superb save. World-class save. Outstanding. Well, Monterde with the save of the round so far. Just threw himself across goal. And palmed the ball.
Keepers are the stars of this competition, and that is one reason why. What a save.
Well, Bravo was so unfortunate. A couple of chances. But Monterde's now gone down.
Dice, péguenle con el pecho como el zombie. Fuerza. Mejor no, entonces. No juguemos.
Well, not too sure where the ball struck Monterde.
Resurrección. Y vaya resurrección que tenemos aquí, ¿verdad? Yo confío en el dominio de resurrección. Siempre. Aparte son de mucha alegría siempre.
Or a bit of religious talk if you celebrate Easter. Sunday is a special day for some people. And they talk about resurrection and the fact that their team have improved of late.
Well, let's take a look at this save again. That is brilliantly done.
And also goes for a free kick. Another player down. It's been a very stop-start final match. Explosive start with those 2 goals, quick-fire goals. But we've seen already 3-4 players down. The game has been stopped on various occasions. And I'm sure we're going to see plenty more from Trejo and Alvarado. There is Alvarado. Looks to muscle his way through. And a free kick. Lagarde was looking to burst into the box. Melgar doesn't agree with the call. Well, shakes his head in disbelief.
You're allowed to not agree with the call, but it's a pretty obvious call.
I mean, he hooks the player's legs, doesn't he?
Yeah, well, what are we complaining about here? Let's just be honest with ourselves.
It's probably one of those ones where you say, oh, I got a bit of the ball, a lot of the player.
I mean, I think referees appreciate it when players play honestly, which it's easier said than done for some players, especially when the ball goes out of play and maybe it's a 50-50 ball. You don't quite know who it went out off of. Moments like that, though, you can build a reputation. You can build a good reputation if you just accept your punishment.
And the guard coming close with that free kick. And Monterde has had 4 saves to make. That not the toughest, but still the busier of the 2 goalkeepers. Offside. Wasted the corner kick. Approaching the quarter of an hour mark in this first half. 2 20-minute halves in this final match. Well, Brihan Gutierrez looking for the give and go, and that's not the best of return balls. They've been able to find Alvarado, the striker, yet. Oh! How did that stay out, too? That just smashed against the post. Some strike. Oh. Another keeper beaten. Bravo again denied, this time by the woodwork. And guess who's involved again? Alvarado. And if Eder's complaining, I'm sure Alvarado caught him on the back of the head.
I mean, it's much more fun when these teams are just out there playing, which right now, they're giving us a show. And they're not afraid to take on moments like that.
You know, I've seen Alvarado play several times so far this season. Also, Trejo. And I have to say, of all the players, I would pick those 2 as the ones that always kind of leave a mark, get stuck in. A lot of afters too. And so sparks will no doubt fly. And they have already. Earlier, could have been Simbined Alvarado for a challenge on Trejo, but just avoided the booking.
Look out.
Must be. And there it is. The goal has been scored on the break. A poor pass and then a flowing move. Alfonso Rosales, the 20-year-old midfielder. One touch with a second. He just prods it past Monterde.
Yeah, it had to be the moment for Club de Cuervos. They'd had a couple of nearly moments in this first half, but they have a lead, and the question now is what can they do with it with just a few minutes to go before halftime?
Just over 3.5 minutes plus added time remaining at the end of this first half, and of course on 18 minutes we're going to see the dice throw. But before that, Bersas opting for the penalty straight away. Is going to be Zayn, who doesn't take a good penalty. Let's see if he can put it away. His team need it. Trailing by 1 goal.
In these moments, if you're strong enough, if you commit yourself mentally, even if you've had bad penalties in the past, your team's down a goal, you can find that mental zen for 5 seconds to put yourself in a position where you envision yourself scoring.
Well, the president, Zayn, will he take the penalty? Yes, he will.
Yeah. I mean, for me, it's in the run-up. What can he do in the run-up? Is it Is it professional looking? Because if so, he'll hit it with confidence. If his run-up is weak, the shot usually follows as weak.
He doesn't have the best of techniques. That's quite funny. Lagarde just going across and wishing Zayn all the bad luck in the world. Now, a couple of penalties I've seen, he drags them well wide. Now let's see what happens here. It's going to be a toe punt. It could go anywhere. And it goes wide. No surprise, I have to say. I've seen Zayn's penalties before, and that was another poor effort. A good yard past the upright. And took the gamble to try and equalize straight away. And he's missed his penalty. Club de Cuervos still have their penalty. And Mercedes Roa, if she does take the penalty, isn't too bad. I would say she's much better than Zayn, which, having seen that penalty, isn't saying a lot.
I was going to say, the run-up was the key. And, you know, it wasn't a terrible penalty in terms of the idea. He tried to put it on the inside of the post. He ended up putting it on the outside. It doesn't seem like it would have mattered because I think it was covered, even if it was slotted in towards that area. But you got to at least hit the target. You got to test your fellow brethren in the department of shooting from the spot, which we haven't done as much of compared to from the center circle today. But that was a big miss.
We've seen a fair number of penalties from that center circle, but Monterde, I think it was one of those run-ups where you kind of knew from how he shaped up to take the penalty where it was going. So Monterde dived in the right direction, and had it been on time, he would have pulled off the save. Now, 18 minutes, the game is stopped. 2 minutes plus added time, which I think there'll be a bit of, at least 2 to 3 minutes, maybe even 4. Well, for the final period of this first half, a dice is thrown, and it's 2. Number 2. Brilliant.
Love it. We got to end with something positive. We got to end with a few extra goals. And this opens the door, too, for Peretas to come back into the game, for Club de Cuervos to extend their lead. Anything can happen 2v2.
Well, let's see. We've seen plenty of goals in some of these final 2 minutes plus added time when we've had very few players on the pitch. Countdown. Now, do you sprint? Do you hold firm? Do you try and get that extra possession, which could prove key? Again, we go with the F1 lights. 2 minutes plus added time remaining in this final game at the end of this first half. Both players setting off really quickly and getting there before his opponent. Again, it's Olmedo who scored the first goal. Olmedo, the number 19, has it. Tees himself up. And it's a great save. Behind, again, Sadia, the 35-year-old, so agile.
These are the moments you have to stop if you want to make an impact. They've done that.
Oh, 2-1. Waiting for the keeper to come off. An outfield player to come on. And it's going to be Trejo. Poor touch. Trejo. Bravo.
Nicely.
Bravo. And the keeper at the second attempt. And we see our first goal end to end. Our first goal end to end. Well, the keeper, who's been the man of the match so far, Monterde, has tied the game. Straight away, Club de Cuervos hit back. But there's probably still time for Persas to score another 3-2. What exciting final 2 minutes. Alvarado on with the number 86. And Alvarado unable to beat the keeper. Imagine if that would have gone in the back of the net too. Wow. 30 seconds remaining. Still looking for an equaliser. And there it is. Alvarado levels at 3-3. Now there's just 10 seconds left. Surely not enough time. They want to take it quickly. 5, 4. They have to shoot. He has to shoot.
Might as well shoot it. Follow up.
Off the post.
Hits the post.
Well, hits the post in added time at the end of the first half. Well, so much drama at the start in the first minute. 2 goals and so much drama in the final 2 minutes of added time, plus the extra 60 seconds.
Mucho poquito, pero que como sentí el partido, la verdad lo siento muy cerrado, siento que todo puede pasar, pero confío un chorro en mis cuervos y yo, esperanza para arriba.
Anything possible. I believe in my team, my players. Unfortunately, we can't hear from Zain, the president of Persas.
¿Cómo?
Oh, now we can hear again from Mercedes
Roa.
Roa.
Porque nos recuerda a alguien muy especial que nos hizo cambiar nuestra forma de ver el fútbol, de ver la vida, de presenciar todo, y es el hermano gemelo del zombie.
His nickname is the Zombie, and according to Mercedes Roa, has a twin brother. Oh, we're watching a dramatic game here. This final contest.
What else is new?
Well, all the games so far in this session have been exciting, thrilling to watch.
I mean, you know,
so
look,
good. Yes,
we go into games like this. We watch 6 games in a day in the Kings League Americas. And it would be easy to speak in cliches and say, yeah, every game is exciting. It's not always the case. Sometimes there are games that are over by halftime. But today, it's true. It's not selling smoke. It's selling the truth. That all 6 games have come down to the wire. And this one looks like it's going to be similar.
3-3 at halftime with those 2 goals in the opening minute. Rafa, and Olmedo, who scored first. Then on 16 minutes, Rosales. And what a finale with those 3 goals in added time. So, 3-3, all to play for. Second half, 7 against 7. Now, Club de Cuervos still have their penalty, their presidential penalty. Both teams still have their weapons. Thrown over on the far side. Taken by Aja. And the shot, well held by the keeper. Again, it's Bravo. has probably one of the hardest shots in the Kings League Americas. I would not want to be in the wall if he's about to take a free kick. Monterde knocks it forward. That ball just bounces around. It's out for a throw-in. Cuervos want to take this quickly. Now, when will Club de Cuervos opt to use their presidential penalty?
Yeah, they came away down after the 2v2. And speaking of which...
There you go.
Swear, it's like you're a mind reader sometimes.
It's scripted. So, they're going to take their penalty. Trejo, and it's out behind for a corner kick. And it is going to be Mercedes Roa. Now, yesterday, she had several messages written on her thigh, on her leg, on her arms. Even a crow had been drawn onto her leg, but did it bring her luck in yesterday's penalty? She has scored penalties in the past. Looking to break the deadlock.
Yeah, well, we've seen that boot before. We've seen that she can certainly put it in the back of the net with ease. And a lot of times it has to do with sending the keeper the wrong way.
Monterde in goal. Roa, right-footed. And that's another good save. Well, it was a good height for the keeper, but on target. Much better than the effort from Zain. And Monterde just holds his ground. Dives to his left. And pushes it away. It's actually a really good save.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a good penalty. It was a good save. And that now leaves the door open for the rest of the game. And all we have left are our two secret weapons.
Well, both penalties missed by the club presidents. So 3-3. And still those weapon cards to be used. Now, doesn't look like we're going to see a player wearing the armband. That means that if they score, it's worth double, because you would use that as soon as possible. So possible options. Simbin, maybe 4 minutes. A goal that any player scores is worth double. A joker card, not seeing too many of those. The turn and shot. And 4-3. Club de Cuervos have the lead. Lovely spin in the box. On his weaker left foot, Bravo buries the ball into the back of the net.
It was just a big bit of control and putting Club de Cuervos back on top in what is a back and forth game.
Well, Bravo came into this match having scored 8 goals in 7 appearances. Prolific in front of goal. Persas now find themselves behind again in this contest.
Just as we were saying in the last game, in regard to Los Aliens, Persas have a little bit more of a cushion than Los Aliens do. But the couple of times I've seen them, they just haven't impressed in the way that they need to be considered a top team in this competition. Club de Cuervos, on the other hand, I've seen them. They've had good days and bad days. And so far today looks like more of a good day than anything else.
Well, they've never had struggles to score. They've had some struggles to defend, and also they sometimes switch off. You can't afford to switch off because you concede quick-fire goals, and from being in a privileged position, heading for the win, end up going home with nothing. So they've been working on that. Focus, back to basics, not losing any concentration. And let's see if they can play the final 15 or so minutes without conceding, which I think would be an impossible task. They just need to score more goals than Persas from now on until the end of the game. And of course, we have the double goal in the final 2 minutes, but only if the game is not tied. Otherwise, instead of a gol doble, it will be a golden goal. Winner takes all. Martinez. Lovely control. And that wasn't a bad effort, Alvarado. But would have to take some strike from there to get it past Monterde. Just over 5 minutes gone in this second half, all the way through to his opposing number. Quick throw out. Nice close control. The goal scorer of number 4 for Cuervos. Oh, the Rabona.
All right.
Well,
sure.
Don't see too many of those. Going for the cross. That was Bravo.
We talked about sometimes not playing with confidence. You can't say it about that play.
Having just scored. Bit of showboating. And the ball is out of play. That pass found Bravo in the box. You could see he was looking just to tee himself up. Turn and shot. Similar to the goal he scored a couple of minutes ago. And that almost found the bottom corner. Across the face of goal. Again, Alvarado.
Yeah, this is just a last-ditch effort. Didn't really have any idea of where the goal was positioned exactly, so he just figured, I'll put my foot through it, see what happens.
Poor pass. Can Persas break through the middle? Well, that's an even worse pass than the one we saw earlier from Bravo. Just over 12 minutes remaining in this final match. Lagarde thought he'd won the throw-in, but the decision goes against the winger, taken quickly by Diaz.
And we love that the fans show up and show out for these games, and they tend to have very different supporting casts, each team.
Quite a few costumes on show when Club de Cuervos play. Have a gothic feel to the team, especially in the derby. And
yes,
a lot of, people wearing
but
crow
nothing better than Ranizos. Ranizos is lizards or frogs.
Yeah, to be honest, sometimes I'm wondering what they are, but yeah, they're like 3 frogs. So we'll take a look next weekend. Perhaps I'll have a couple more. Start multiplying.
Yeah.
Headed away by Jalil. And that was wasted. Islas, right-footed. Well wide. Just over 10 minutes left in this second half. Club de Cuervos 4, Persas 3. This would be a great win. They can hang on Club de Cuervos. They could really do with the 3 points. 3 points. That would see them end the day on 13. Tie with Raniza and Olimpo United. 14 points, Peluche in second, and 7 points clear of the chasing pack, Real Titan.
So, Eric, I want to ask you because, and if we see something develop here like this, potentially, it's an easy claim in the end. I want to ask you, you've seen each team now twice in the last 24 hours. Which team's style calls to you the most?
I think attacking. I've been impressed by Club de Cuervos. They create so many chances. They don't finish well, but they do get forward. And they're quite a dynamic side. Raniza also. I'm surprised Real Titan are where they are. They don't score many goals. And they're winning all their games by very, very fine margins. They've never really outplayed and thrashed an opponent. And we have seen that from Peluche Caligari, not recently. We've seen it from Raniza recently. Olimpo United is another team. They're looking good. I thought Muchachos were brilliant the first 3 weeks of the season, but they've now lost the last 3 games. So if I had to pick 2 teams or 1 team, big fan of Raniza, and another, without stating the obvious, Real Titan, I think Club de Cuervos, even though they are currently 4th on bottom, I do think that they have the attacking prowess, the talent. They just need to shore up at the back a little because they've been conceding way too many goals.
Well, 4th from the bottom doesn't quite mean...
Yeah, it doesn't. It sounds like, wow, 4th from the bottom. But they're going to be 4th from the top if they win here. Well, we're going to see a weapon. Now, also, Spence, while we wait to see what the weapon is, do you have a favourite at this stage? We can't say Real Titan. Any other team?
Just in terms of, I understand that, I think maybe it's people understand that you're not always going to be rooting for the best team just because they're the best team, and it just doesn't mean that they play the best football, or that they have the best style, or the best president, or whatever it is. I like Los Aliens because I'm a big fan of the color scheme in general. Let's see what the secret weapon is here.
Well,
that's a chance to put the game away for Club de Cuervos, essentially.
Well, they can't afford to concede, Persas, but again, they still have their card, which I'm starting to think it could be a penalty.
But yeah, I enjoy watching Castro when Los Aliens play. And as far as like the football is concerned, I think Olimpo United really proved to me that they've got quite a strong, solid sense of football, and Chicharito is obviously a big part of that. They didn't quite get the job done today that they wanted to, but I do like what they've put out so far.
Well, Olimpo, West Santos, and I mean, all the teams now are showing signs of improving, and those that started strongly, well, maybe it's credit to the other teams that are starting to find their feet. And he's offside. Well, he thought he'd scored. Unlucky ricochet. The flag or the arm is raised on Alvarado. Well, they will take a close look. Or they've already taken a very close look. Dink forward by Trejo. And the offside flag now up on Bravo. Well, that's the clearest offside we've had so far today. I think this could be either a penalty or one man down.
I'm with you. I'm guessing penalty or penalty shootout. And that would potentially set up another one of our golden goals, wouldn't it?
Well, the referee darts across to the far side. Now we find out what that card is now in this second half. Penalty. A penalty to tie the game. Now, luckily for Persas, it's not going to be Zane to take this penalty. It's going to be their star player, Alvarado. That is one long run-up into the final 5 minutes. Can he finish? Yes, he can. Grabs his second goal of the contest. Now
well, he wasn't going to let this one
yesterday
pass him by, and he wasn't going to take this one lightly either. He knocked down all of the bottles in his sight with that one. He tried to hit it as hard as he possibly could. Took care of business, and hey, we're 2 minutes away from another golden goal.
Another golden goal, though, should Club de Cuervos score, it'd be worth 2. And then we would go to the gol doble in the final 2 minutes. So a lot can change now in these final 4 minutes plus added time. Now, 4-4. Well, yesterday were 3 players in this dance. One got voted out from what I see. Slightly better coordination than yesterday, which was not great. To the Cuervos. And that cross shot. Again, Bravo. And nobody on the end. Well, Club de Cuervos pegged back once more. They've been involved in some high-scoring games. They beat Atlético Parceros 4-3. Probably their best performance coming a fortnight ago after losing to Los Chamos 5-4. They bounced back in style, so they are a team that can score goals. 7-5. They beat Los Aliens. Though they have to defend as you approach the 38th minute. And what looks to be, Spence, another golden goal.
It's unbelievable. That's, if my count is right, that's 5 out of 6 games, plus the 6th game also having a goal in the final 2 minutes.
Chance here on the break. Can they steal it here? Slips and loses his footing. And, well, that was a missed opportunity. What he should have done, really, was just had a crack. Martinez on his left foot, trying to work it back onto his favoured right foot. Loses all the momentum and that missed chance.
Yeah, it's easy to say that now, but it's tough to gauge exactly when that clock runs out, too. Nobody seems to be shouting 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, which is what they could do to help him out. It's a tough break in the end, but here we go.
Well, the players are making a quick dash to get back into their goals before charging towards the center circle. Gol de oro. Olmedo, he is quick. Whoa.
Yeah, he's not losing many of those, is he?
Well, was the first play on the pitch for Persas in this game against Club de Cuervos. In that 1-against-1, scored the opening goal also. After just a handful of seconds. or nerves, you can tell. Zayn, bottom right-hand corner. Also Mercedes Roa, and the person she calls Zombie. Club de Cuervos keeping hold of possession. Lagarde. Oh! And it's kept out somehow. I thought that was going to be an own goal. Would have been a cruel finish for Persas. And they clear the danger. Well, did so well the defender to make sure it didn't end up in the back of the net.
Oh, it could have been, and it should have been, for one reason or another.
By Trejo on Tete Diaz. Waiting for confirmation of how much stoppage time we're going to get at the end of this match. Great challenge to dispossess Bravo. Persas, they've got a man over. Olmedo, though, goes for the shot. Picked up by Brahim Gutierrez. And he runs out of play. Thrown. No real hurry. Club de Cuervos. Just 1 minute of added time. And wasted. They want to be quick here, Persas. They might have one last throw of the dice before we go to a penalty shootout again. Trejo. Bravo. Club de Cuervos. Oh, an effort from a long way. Another shot comes in. And that is well wide.
That wasn't going to do it. All right, let's finish it the way that we started it. Let's get some penalty shootouts in.
We are going to another penalty shootout. Game 1, Parceros, Peluche Caligari, ended 3-3. Peluche Caligari beat Galacticos Parceros 2-1 in the shootout. In the second game, Los Chamos 5, Real Titan 6. That also had plenty of drama. Another penalty shootout, Galacticos de Caribe beating Olimpo United 1-0. Then Raniza defeating Muchachos 3-2. Los Aliens 4, West Santos 3. That also saw a penalty, the last kick of the game, decide that contest. And here, 4-4, we're going to see 10 penalties, or maybe less, should the game be over before 10 penalties are needed.
Yo ya sabía que iba a ser un partido cerrado, o sea, la verdad la veía venir.
And it'll be a tight game, few spaces. Well, may the best team win the shootout. Shootout is a lottery. Well, it is. But we've seen some great goalkeeping already here tonight. And Monterde has been excellent, but so has Sadia. If Sadia gets the nod ahead of Millado, because we have seen some goalkeepers subbed in the shootout. Oh, the fans aren't leaving early, waiting for this decider. 4-4. And it's going to be Trejo, the 33-year-old. He probably wants to take the first penalty and just settle some nerves. Hopefully score.
And the
shoulder
first couple
responsibility.
seem to be difficult. They seem to be the ones that players have had a hard time putting away. And then once you get into the third or fourth, the keeper has a little bit of a harder time stopping it.
Whereas you might want to leave your best player, one of your best players, for the 4th or 5th penalties in a shootout. Here, the idea is to score early and take control of the shootout. There's a couple of wounds. Trejo has shin pads, but prefers playing with his socks rolled down. Old school midfielder, Trejo. And Trejo, left foot. And Trejo sends the keeper the wrong way. Did really well. And Trejo does what no player's done so far in the shootout. Score the first penalty.
Well, that'll get the job done. It's a big start for Club de Cuervos.
I bet we're going to see all the players score now. Olmedo.
He's been outstanding today.
Looks confident. Scored the first goal of the match. Olmedo. Oh no, that's so unfortunate. So unlucky. He tried to squeeze it into the top corner.
Yeah, he did everything right. You can see that he was watching that the whole way through, too. You could see that he was just hoping that it would hit the post and then maybe bounce in. Bad luck.
Eda Lopez. Another midfielder. Looking to double Club de Cuervos' lead. Trejo scored the first. Olmedo missed for Persas. Oh, that's a really bad effort. Was nervous there. Well off target.
Yeah, good idea, actually. I thought the little pump fake that he gave before the shot was somewhat effective. It's just that the shot was not on target. It's got to be.
Or chance to level. Martinez. Or Thid. Name on the back of his jersey. And that's been saved by the keeper. And another missed opportunity. Oh, Zayn didn't set the best of examples, missing his penalty during regulation time. And again, a chance for Club de Cuervos to take a strong lead in this shootout so far. Trejo, the only player to have scored in this shootout. Donovan Martinez. 5 seconds. The countdown starts. And he runs straight into the keeper. Just seemed to run out of ideas. That was a poor effort.
Yeah, he didn't quite know what he was doing. And by the time we got to the 2 seconds, 1 second, you got to shoot, the keeper was right there to greet him too. Difficult one.
Alvarado has been in the goals already here. Would expect him to score. Alvarado. And he can't beat the keeper. Oh, Sadia, the 35-year-old, keeps out Alvarado's spot kick.
All right, down to the business end.
Lagarde. Five seconds. Lagarde. And the keeper did not go down. He stayed on his feet. He wasn't fooled by the fake there. And just sends it behind. Well, still Trejo's goal. The difference between these teams in this penalty shootout. Brihan Gutierrez. And another effort. Fails to find the back of the net.
All right,
Now,
well, in the first couple of these
Cuervos.
penalty shootouts, we thought that it was going to be the players that scored last to give them the victory. In this case, it might be the one who scored first.
Well, Bravo here can put this game to bed. Bravo, 37 years old, another former pro. Bravo, and he can't find the back of the net. And there is hope still for Persas. What an incredible shootout. Now they're probably wondering who's up next. But for somebody to go next, Tete Diaz needs to score. A defender taking this key penalty for Persas. In goal, Sadia. Diaz, and he scores! And Tete Diaz shoulders all the responsibility. And he buries his spot kick. I mean, so many twists and turns. And now, sudden death, Garcia. Garcia. And Garcia scores. Well, I thought he carried that ball too far.
He caught a break. He just curled it around enough to knock it in. And once again, it is score or nothing for Persas.
Oh, it's going to be Islas, the midfielder. Can he keep Persas in this game? No, he can't. He's missed the target. And Club de Cuervos have won another dramatic penalty shootout. Well, Trejo scoring the first penalty. Club de Cuervos then missed 4 straight. As for their opponents, Persas, they missed their first 4, scored their 5th, and we went to sudden death. 4-4 it ended at the end of regulation time, but Club de Cuervos taking 2 points to climb up the standings, and what a dramatic session here in Mexico. Match day 8 with these winners. Peluche Caligari in a penalty shootout. Real Titan stretched their lead at the top of the standings. Galacticos de Caribe again in a shootout. Raniza in another penalty shootout. Los Aliens winning 4-3. And Club de Cuervos edging out Persas 2-1 in a shootout. Well, for Persas, another tough pill to swallow.
Estoy feliz porque tuvimos
Well,
la victoria.
delighted, happy.
Eli, grande Eli, nada, feliz, se sufrió, la verdad se sufrió.
Suffered.
Y ahorita estoy como en shock, pero feliz.
In shock, but happy. Well, can't hear Zayn, but you can kind of guess what he's saying. Disappointed. Another heartbreaking loss for Persas. Now, they need to win next week. They are playing Atletico Parceros next weekend. Same time, same place. The opening game, though, will see Peluche Caligari take on Muchachos. Those are the results from match day 8 in the Kings League Americas. Hope you've enjoyed the 6 games with Spence, Spiegel, and myself. Take care, stay safe, and join us again, same place, same time, next week.